Chapter 1722. On the ground, a victorious smile appeared on Future Logue's face as he watched the flames explode in the sky. However, in the next second, that smile froze on Future Logue's face. In midair, the flames that exploded in the sky suddenly trembled, and like streams of air, they all began to converge towards the center. There, Noah raised the holy sword in his hand high up and absorbed all the surrounding flames into the holy sword. Immediately, streams of scorching flames converged on the holy sword's body, circling around the bright sword as it expanded. Noah held the holy sword's hilt tightly, and with a crouch, his entire body shot out like a bullet, instantly catapulting in front of the group of dragons closest to him. Absolute sword technique. Form 4 flame slash. The holy sword that was surging with scorching flames heavily slashed down. Pum! Flames that were even more shocking than before suddenly exploded, turning into a wave of scorching flames. In an instant, it covered the group of dragons, and a violent shockwave shook the group of dragons nearby away, scattering the entire group of dragons in an instant. Then, in the scorching flames, one by one, the dragons fell from the sky as if their bodies were being roasted, smashing onto the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Future Logue could only try his best to stabilize his body, looking at the dragon corpses all around him and the dragon blood that splattered everywhere. His entire body trembled. That guy, is he really a monster? Just as Noah predicted, the scales and body of the dragon were extremely hard. Not only was their defense against physical attacks high, but their resistance against magic was also unimaginably high. Apart from a dragon slayer magic, it was almost impossible to find any magic that was effective against a dragon. At least it was like that in this world. Therefore, even if it was the weakest 5-digit dragon, it was still possible for a human to win. Even if one mastered the dragon slayer magic, wanting to defeat a dragon was a very difficult thing to do. Not everyone could become an existence like Aconarolia. It was precisely because of this that the Future Logue, a dragon-slaying archmage who used the shadow attribute dragon-slaying magic, created another dragon-slaying magic that could control dragons instead of fighting them head-on. However, in front of Noah, the WIRMS that humans could not defeat at all were like the most fragile lizards that were killed one after another. How could that kind of thing happen? If humans could really have this level of power, how could the world be controlled by Aconalia? Future Logue roared at Noah, who was in midair. It's impossible for a human to defeat a dragon. Future Logue's body, as if he was in a frenzy, formed an invisible network that connected to the dragons. Roar, roar, roar. The dragons immediately roared in unison. Their roars were filled with rage. Future Logue was unwilling to believe that a human could defeat a dragon. But how could those dragons, who regarded humans as food and livestock, believe that a mere human could single-handedly challenge a group of 10,000 dragons? Seeing one dragon after another die under Noah's holy sword, the rest of the dragons were incomparably furious and also went crazy. Therefore, there was no need for Future Logue to give the order. The giant dragons flapped their wings and charged towards Noah in groups. Noah's eyes flashed as he hovered in midair, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. As far as Noah's eyes could see, there were dragons charging in his direction from all directions, surrounding him in the middle. At that moment, Noah tightened his grip on the holy sword, and the divine power in his body was channeled to the maximum extent he could control, causing the sword to emit an unprecedented dazzling light, illuminating the entire night sky as bright as day. Then, one dragon after another rushed into the dazzling light. Clang! Sword light flashed into space. Pong! A dragon's breath swept past. Poochie, poochie, poochie. Tearing sounds were incessant, causing the dragons to be cut in half one after another. Pung, 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 pung. Waves of explosions also shook the air, causing the astonishing flames to surge in the dark night, making it seem magical and illusory. Noah's figure was constantly flashing in midair, charging back and forth among the dragons. The holy sword in his hand was constantly swinging, and every time he swung, a dazzling sword light would be drawn, killing a dragon. Meanwhile, the dragons charged in Noah's direction fearlessly, spewing breaths of various attributes from their mouths, attacking Noah's figure that was too small compared to the dragons, causing explosions to ring out incessantly. However, as time passed, Noah didn't suffer any injuries at all. Even his physical strength seemed to be bottomless as he continued to charge, and charge. Compared to Noah, the dragons and the astonishingly large number of dragons were killed one after another, causing a large amount of blood to fall to the ground. On one side, there was a lone human. On the other side, there was a massive number of dragons. Originally, it should have been a completely different battle situation. In the eyes of others, there was a huge disparity in the battle, but it was a one-sided massacre by the humans. And this battle situation was predestined from the beginning. Comparing the advantages of both sides, it was easy to understand. Although Noah had lost his authority, sovereignty, ability value, and even his treasure vault, Aster was the strongest sword spirit that even the Elven King, who was the embodiment of the elements of the world, was afraid of. With the support of the third perpetual motion mechanism's spiritual core and the support of unlimited divine power, this power was unleashed without any restrictions, and its power could be imagined. In addition, the sword dance of controlling the spirits belonged to the highest level of ultimate sword skills, and Noah could be ranked among the 4 digits. On the other side, the strength of the dragons was uneven. The strongest was at the top of the 5 digits, and the weakest was at the bottom of the 5 digits. However, in the situation where there were as many as 10,000 dragons, even if none of the dragons could be ranked among the 4 digits, they wouldn't be slaughtered by Noah alone. The problem was that although Noah had lost his authority, he still had the physique of a god-slayer. Mysteries that didn't reach the level of a god couldn't be effective against Noah. Therefore, the magic of the dragons couldn't be effective against Noah. But Noah's elven magic device could easily break through the tough dragon scales that were almost impossible for humans to break. In this way, even if there were more dragons, how could they do anything to Noah? If Athena hadn't been sent by Noah to protect her companions in Castle, and if she didn't have the lightning of salvation and the heavenly sword of salvation in her hands, the dragons would have all died. Looking at the dragons falling one after another under Noah's sword, the future Logue was terrified. Monster, that guy, is definitely a monster. At this moment, in the eyes of the future Logue, a figure appeared behind Noah who was killing the dragons. That figure was none other than enrich. One was a human, the other was a dragon king. Both of them were monsters. Could it be that after being dominated by enrich, who had escaped to this era, would be defeated by a human? Don't joke around. The future Logue roared in anger. I definitely won't lose here again. After saying that, a burst of magic surged from the future Logue's body. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the future Logue, stretched out his hand, and pressed his face. Noah, who was holding the silver holy sword, looked straight at the future Logue, his eyes full of coldness. So noisy. After saying that, Noah's hand suddenly tightened, and he directly grabbed the future Logue's face, lifted him up, and slammed him heavily on the ground. Bang! The future Logue didn't even have time to react before his whole body was slammed on the ground, causing the ground to crack. Chapter 1723. Cough. The strong impact from his back shook his internal organs, causing him to cough up blood on the spot. Blood splattered on future Rogue's face, staining his sinister face. In fact, future Logue wasn't weak. In this era, future Logue's strength was already very outstanding. He was much stronger than Naz and Gadjaloo, who participated in the S-rank promotion exam. As a magic shooter, even if he couldn't be said to be at the peak, he was definitely in the ranks of the powerful. Future Logue came from 7 years in the future. 7 years of bitter struggle in a world dominated by enrich. One could well imagine how powerful Logue would become in the future. At least, with future Logue's strength, it wouldn't be strange to say that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Alusha and Kagura. However, facing an existence that could solo 10,000 dragons, Future Logue had no power to fight back. It was still the same sentence. It wasn't that Future Logue was too weak. It was just that Noah's strength couldn't be considered on the same level as human magic shooters. Damn, damn. Future Logue struggled to get up. But before Future Logue could struggle to get up, a flashing holy sword was suddenly pressed against Future Logue's neck. The cold touch from the front of his neck made Future Logue freeze. Future Logue could only slowly raise his head and look in front of him. There, Noah was holding a silver holy sword and pointing it at Future Logue's throat. His eyes were abnormally cold. I don't know what kind of desperate life you lived in your era, but because of that, you came to this era and used everything you could to summon 10,000 dragons for you to manipulate and conquer the world for you. How is that different from Aeconarolia? Noah's gaze fell on Future Logue, giving Future Logue an indescribable sense of oppression. You can't even protect your own future, yet you want to take away someone else's future. Your defeat was already destined. Shut up. Future Logue hysterically roared. If it weren't for you, if it wasn't for you, I will definitely not lose here. Hearing this, Noah laughed in disdain. However, before Noah could say anything, another voice rang out in this space. No, even without this person, you can't win. The sudden voice startled the Future Logue. Noah narrowed his eyes and turned his head to look at the source of the voice. Tap, 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 tap. Amidst a series of extremely clear footsteps, a figure seemed to be slowly approaching from the distant horizon in the sea of fire. Step by step, the figure stepped on the waves of fire and came into the vision of Noah and the Future Logue. It was a young man who looked much younger than Noah. His short black hair swayed as if there was no wind. A pair of black eyes flickered with flames. He was dressed in black with a long white cloth tied around his chest. On his body, a deep darkness seemed to be stirring, causing the surrounding sounds to disappear all at once. Looking at this person, no matter who it was, they would have two feelings. One, this was an unfathomable yet extremely ordinary person. Two, this was a harmless yet extremely dangerous person. The youth who had gathered two completely contradictory qualities into a single body hence walked with clear and quiet steps, arriving before Noah and the Future Logue. Immediately, the other party's eyes gathered on Noah as a harmless smile appeared on his face. We meet again. I'm very happy to see you again. These words were undoubtedly from the bottom of his heart. This was because no one could hear a trace of falsehood from the young man's words. As a matter of fact, she was genuinely happy to see Noah again. After all, among all the people I've met, you're the one who's most likely to kill me. Hearing this, Noah's eyes gradually narrowed. He softly spoke and revealed the identity of the person who had come. Jerf, that's right. The young man who appeared in front of Noah was none other than Jeffrey, who was exuding a contradictory aura, the most ferocious and evil dark magician in history. Jerf? The Future Logue gazed at Jerf in astonishment. It was apparent that even the Future Logue didn't expect to see this legendary figure here. However, Jerf didn't care about the Future Logue at all. 7 years ago, I saw the battle between you and Aeconarolia on Heavenly Wolf Island, Jerf said with a nostalgic sigh. Originally, I had thought that you would definitely be destroyed by Aeconarolia. Who would have thought that in the end, not only did you not lose to Aeconarolia, you even seriously injured him. At that time, I was truly shocked. The Future Logue widened his eyes to the maximum after hearing Jerf's words. His gaze towards Noah changed from resentment to shock. Heavily injured Aeconarolia? In the Future Logue's era, the world had been dominated by Aeconarolia. As such, it was impossible for the Future Logue to not know how terrifying Aeconarolia was. He was the Dragon King who had slaughtered the entire dragon race. He was the Black Dragon who had destroyed an enormous country. He was the one who had brought the end of the world and the despair of an era. And this human had heavily injured him? So that's how it is. The Future Logue's gaze became empty as he laughed out loud. That's right. If he wasn't that strong, how could he single-handedly challenge 10,000 dragons? The future Logue still remembered that he had said this to Noah in the dragon graveyard. Your opponent is a giant dragon with 10,000 heads. You can't change the future with your power alone. The words from back then had now been rejected by Noah in the most direct and ironic manner. Only now did the future Logue understand. Noah Doria. This man wasn't someone that humans could compare to. Even in the face of everything in the world, it was difficult to find an existence that could be compared to him. Therefore, the future Logue laughed out loud. His laughter contained an indescribable sorrow. Unfortunately, at this moment, the existence of the future Logue was already insignificant to the two otherworldly figures present. Noah even withdrew the holy sword from the future Logue's throat and looked at Jerv. "What are you doing here?" Jerv smiled. His expression was still as harmless as ever. "I'm here to witness the future of this era." "Witness the future of this era?" Noah furrowed his brows. "What do you mean?" Jerv didn't answer. Instead, he looked up and said, "Don't worry. Akanalia, the Dragon King who was transformed from a human. Undoubtedly, he had the power to dominate the world, but he only wanted to destroy. His hatred for life led him to slaughter the entire dragon race back then and treat the dragons as his targets." Jerv looked at Noah again. The smile on his face didn't change, but his eyes turned dark red. If Akanalia, who hates the dragon race, sensed the aura of so many dragons here, what would he do? Noah's heart skipped a beat when he heard Jerv's words. He lifted his head abruptly and looked at the sky. Roar, roar, roar. In the sky, a large number of dragons roared at the sky, and their roars resounded in the night sky. It was an abnormally majestic sight. However, Noah discovered it. The giant dragons that were attacking him fearlessly just a moment ago actually stopped in midair and roared threateningly in one direction. He looked like a wild beast that had instinctively sensed that a fatal disaster was approaching. Noah looked in the direction of the dragon's roars and gazed into the distant horizon. Not long after, a black figure appeared silently. Chapter 17:24. On the other side, when Noah was slaughtering the dragons, the magic shooters of the various guilds who were still in Colokas were also fighting against the dragons that were out of future Rogue's control. The location was in the central square of Colokas. When the entire Colokas turned into a sea of fire, only this square was still guarded. This was because the magic shooters from the various guilds in the kingdom were using this square as a base to fight against the attacking dragons. Roar! Accompanied by a series of roars, the three giant dragons surrounded the square in three directions and breathed out scorching hot breaths in the direction of the square. Roar of the fire dragon, roar of the iron dragon, roar of the sky dragon, roar of the thunder dragon, roar of the white dragon, roar of the shadow dragon. Almost at the same time, in the square, several breaths that contained different attributes also burst out. Flame breath from Nas, steel breath from Gadjalu, hurricane breath from Wendy. It was the thunder breath of Raxus. It was Sting's holy breath. It was Logue's black shadow breath. A few breaths rose up in unison, clashing fearlessly with the incoming breath of the huge dragon. Boom! Several breaths collided with each other, entangling with each other. Then, in a simultaneous explosion, they exploded, setting off dense flames and shockwaves that shook the entire atmosphere. In the center of the square, the high mages from the various large guilds could only resist the berserk impact and the waves of fire, while helplessly watching Naz and the other dragon slaying high mages bitterly, fighting the dragons. They could only stand there and feel anxious. It wasn't that the magic shooters from the various guilds didn't want to help, but they had already tested it before. Other than the dragon-slaying magic shooters, no one could cause damage to the dragons. Even Jula, who was ranked 5th among the top 10 Saint Magic shooters, couldn't do anything to those dragons. Therefore, everyone could only leave the battle to the dragon-slaying magic shooters. They gathered in the center of the square and were responsible for protecting those who were injured in the previous battle, as well as guild members who were too weak to protect themselves. Among them, Snow and Emerald were among them. Of course, Athena was there too. Lucy looked at Athena anxiously. Naz and his party were entangled with the three dragons and couldn't take them down for a long time. Instead, they were suppressed by the three dragons, and Lucy looked at Athena anxiously. "Hey, can't you think of something?" Lucy's words caused everyone to focus their attention on Athena. This was because not long ago, there weren't only three dragons here. Instead, there were more than a dozen dragons besieging this place. Being besieged by more than a dozen dragons, one could imagine how critical the situation was at that time. However, at that moment, Athena arrived with Yukino and Emerald. She instantly unleashed a dozen lightning bolts. Everyone saw with their own eyes that the lightning released by Athena easily killed the dragons that the magic shooters from all over the kingdom couldn't even peel off a single scale with their combined power. At that time, everyone was stunned. However, before everyone could react, another three giant dragons descended from the sky and began to attack. This time, Athena didn't make a move and quietly stood aside, allowing Naz's party to fight. If Athena was willing to make a move, then the three dragons that were suppressing Naz's party would have died long ago. In this regard, Athena just calmly spoke. "I didn't receive any orders to destroy the dragons. Master's order to me was to protect your safety. If there is danger, I will make a move. But if there is no danger, then whether you fight or not is up to you. It has nothing to do with me." Hearing this, everyone became more anxious, but there was nothing they could do. What they didn't know was that Athena also had her own reasons for not making a move. Although she was sent by Noah to protect these people, Athena couldn't actually use her power. If she didn't obtain divine might from Noah, then Athena wouldn't be able to do anything at all. It was because of this that Athena tried her best to avoid making a move. Even if my fated person has unlimited energy, if he keeps providing it to me, it may affect the part that he can use. Now, he is in the middle of a battle. If possible, I have to avoid using my power as much as possible. Athena glanced at Naz, Gadjaloo, Windy, and the other Dragon Slayer Archmages with some interest in her eyes. Moreover, those Dragon Slayer Archmages are warriors with great potential, but they are still immature. If they can fight those dragons, it will be beneficial for them, right? As the goddess of war who had nurtured countless outstanding warriors, Athena was delighted to see them. Therefore, after two considerations, Athena was only responsible for holding the fort and didn't choose to make a move. However, something that even Athena didn't expect happened. Naz, Gadjaloo, Windy, Sting, and Logue, who were fighting the three dragons, suddenly stopped and froze in place. In the next second, the five of them knelt on the ground at the same time, holding their hearts and groaning in pain. Laxus, the only one who didn't have any abnormalities, was slightly shocked and shouted, "What's wrong with you?" Naz and the others ignored Laxus. They just held their hearts, their pupils dilated, and their breathing quickened. They knelt there with a depressed expression, gasping for breath. Naz, Gadjaloo, Windy, the group of fairy tale archmages were shocked. Just as they were about to rush out, they were immediately stopped by Athena. "Don't go." Athena looked at Naz and the others with a coquettish glint in her eyes, and a look of surprise and doubt appeared on her young and pretty face. There's another soul awakening in their bodies. As soon as she said this, a strange phenomenon occurred. Roar, 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 roar. A terrifying roar that was different from the other giant dragons and seemed to be able to shake people's souls resounded throughout the world, causing the world to suddenly tremble. Hearing this roar, everyone seemed to be stunned. They froze on the spot, and their eyes widened to the maximum. The main force members of Fairy Tail were stunned when they heard this roar, and cold sweat dripped down their faces. This was because the main force members had an impression of this voice, and this voice resounded, causing the pain on the faces of Naz, Gadjaloo, Windy, Sting, and Roger to become even more intense. Their heartbeats also sped up, causing the clear sound of their heartbeats to shake from their bodies. Then Athena raised her head, looked at the sky, and whispered softly, "The evil aura is here. Hearing this, everyone present raised their heads and looked at the sky. They saw that in the night sky, in the thick clouds, a huge black shadow emerged from it, descending against the whistling wind. The pitch-black dragon wings shook the world. Its entire body was pitch black, and there were mysterious blue patterns everywhere. Its body carried a terrifying aura that separated the atmosphere. Its posture was like the embodiment of despair. The pitch-black dragon king slowly descended from the clouds under everyone's sluggish gazes. Looking at the pitch-black dragon, Makarov's voice trembled as he squeezed out a voice with difficulty. Econarolia, as if it could hear Makarov's call, the descending Econarolia lowered its ferocious head and looked in the direction of the square. Looking at the three-headed dragon surrounding the square, Econarolia's eyes flashed with hostility. Not good. Athena was startled. It's planning to attack. Before she could say this sentence, in the sky, Econarolia suddenly opened its ferocious dragon mouth, and a terrifying light of destruction fluctuated from within. In the next moment, the light of destruction turned into a breath and fell from the sky, directly falling in the direction of the square. At this moment, no one in the square could move. Everyone could only stare blankly at the breath fluctuating with terrifying destructive energy descending from the sky, and in their hearts, despair gradually grew. Athena's pair of bewitching snake eyes flashed, and her body finally surged with phosphorescent divine power. Whoa! At this time, a huge beam of light violently shot from another direction, rubbing against the air, flashing through space, and fiercely attacking the breath of destruction falling on the square. Boom! The two magic power beams collided in midair, stirring up surging waves of fire, setting off a violent impact, causing everyone in the square to be shaken to the ground, letting out mournful cries. The divine power on Athena's body suddenly stagnated, and a faint smile appeared on her tender face. You came? As soon as he finished speaking, a figure flew down from midair and landed in front of everyone. Raising his head and looking at the pitch-black dragon, Noah's eyes bloomed with a cold light. Chapter 1725. Noah. The group of fairy tales magic shooters were pleasantly surprised. Noah Dole. The sorcerers of the other guilds were also overjoyed. However, Noah didn't have the spare energy to care about the others. He only looked at the pitch-black dragon king in the sky and tightened his grip on the holy sword. In the sky, Aconolia also saw Noah, who had suddenly stepped forward. To Aconolia, a human was just an ant, not worthy of his attention. Even dragons were prey to Aconolia, let alone humans who even dragons couldn't resist. Therefore, Aconolia definitely wouldn't look a human in the eye. However, at this very moment, Econoraglia was staring at Noah below. Econolia clearly remembered that human's appearance. 7 years ago, on Heavenly Wolf Island, it was this human before his eyes who had stopped him when he was planning to destroy him, and even heavily injured him. It took Econoraglia several years to recover from his injuries. Taking a closer look, although the wounds inflicted by Noah's parting sword had already healed, there were still some scars left on Econorolia's pitch-black body that was covered with mysterious patterns. Recalling the pain he suffered at that time, Econorolia's eyes immediately turned red. Roar, 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 roar. The roar that was enough to shake a person's soul resounded once again, turning into a rolling sound wave. With a shock, it actually dispersed the thick clouds in the night sky in an instant, setting off a violent airflow that surged in all directions. Immediately after, Econorolia, with a ruthless aura all over his body, charged towards the square below like an arrow that had been shot from a bow. The pitch-black giant rubbed against space, and it was like a meteorite falling from the sky. Sparks flew as it rubbed against the outline of Econorolia's body, shaking the entire space while explosively descending. Its momentum was extremely terrifying. Undoubtedly, Econorolia was still at least a few hundred meters in the air, but the violent airflow set off by his body had already reached the square, making the group of magic shooters unable to open their eyes. Such momentum was not something that the WRMS summoned by the future Lode could compare to. The evidence was that the 3 dragons surrounding the square had already retreated with a low roar, their faces filled with fear. Noah was the only one present who could withstand the violent waves of air that were roaring towards him. His dark and deep eyes grew brighter and brighter. Then Noah poured all the divine might he could into the demon slayer in his hands. Clang! A gorgeous white light shone, illuminating the entire square. At this moment, Noah gathered a portion of the divine might under his feet before releasing it in one breath. Bang! The released divine might transformed into a powerful shockwave that shattered the ground. Xiao! Immediately after, Noah's entire body shot towards the horizon at an astonishing speed, the demon slayer in his hands rising with a spiral-shaped phosphorescence. Absolute sword skill. Form 7 Dragon Bite. Dragon Bite. That was an absolute sword skill used in the air. When the opponent was in a high position or even launched an attack while flying, this ultimate sword technique would negate the opponent's advantage of being in the air. Instead, it would absorb the inertia of the attack that was strengthened by gravity, turning the opponent's advantage into its own. Thus, Noah, who had soared into the sky, and Akenrolia, who had descended from the sky, fiercely collided in midair under everyone's gaze. Boom! An astonishing muffled sound resounded, shaking everyone's eardrums, making them raise their hands and cover their ears, letting out blood-curdling screams. And in midair, a shock wave shook like an explosion, spreading out in a ring shape, annihilating the sea of fire below. It was terrifyingly powerful. Noah and Akenrolia simultaneously flew out from that ring-shaped shockwave. One heavily fell on the ground, shattering it, while the other was shaken back to the sky with a sharp sound. He forcefully flapped his dragon wings, stopping with great difficulty. The head-on collision between a human and a dragon king ended in a draw. This result not only made the crowd of magic shooters shocked, but also made Akenrolia furious. Roar, roar. A terrifying roar full of anger resounded through the sky. With such anger, Akenrolia flapped his dragon wings and suddenly swooped down once again. Noah merely curled his lips in response, but there was no trace of a smile in his eyes. He once again stomped on the ground, turning it into a bullet that shot out of the barrel and shot into the sky. Suddenly, one human and one dragon turned into streaks of light, spiraling in the air like 2 thunderbolts, repeatedly colliding with each other. Boom, 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 boom. Heavy muffled sounds that stung people's eardrums kept echoing as Noah and Akenrolia collided with each other, creating terrifying shockwaves in midair that could be seen with the naked eye in all directions, making the space tremble. Such a shocking collision shocked all the magic shooters in the square. For a moment, they were completely unable to react. Only Emerald had a pleasantly surprised expression, as well as disbelief. That sir is actually so powerful. There was no doubt that it was a power that humans could not compare to. Everyone present, including Fei Chui, finally had a clear understanding of the extent of the power that Lin Fan possessed. This was especially true for the archmages of Sabertooth, who felt a burst of fear in their hearts. It turned out that they had always regarded such an existence as an enemy, or even as trash. Just how arrogant and conceited did one have to be to have such an understanding? With their hearts full of shock, the group of magic shooters could only foolishly look at the astonishing collision in the sky, not even knowing that their backs were soaked in sweat. In the end, it was the magic shooters of Fairy Tail who were the first to react. "Don't be in a daze there," Makarov shouted loudly. "Hurry up and see what's wrong with Naz and the others." Only then did everyone come to their senses. Naz! Habi flew to Naz's side, so anxious that tears came out of his eyes. "What's wrong with you?" "Ha! Ha!" Naz could not reply normally at all. He just clutched his heart and knelt on the ground, gasping for breath while squeezing out a voice with a face full of pain. I don't know either all. All of a sudden, what happened? Gadgelu's face was also full of pain as he desperately gasped for breath. My heart feels like it's about to explode. Ugh. Wendy groaned in extreme pain and spoke with difficulty. It seems like something is about to come out, seeing Naz, Gadgelu, and Wendy kneeling there, clutching their hearts in pain. Their breathing became more and more rapid. Even Sting and Roger were like this. Everyone was anxious. Thump, 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 thump. A very clear heartbeat sounded from the group of dragon, slaying magic shooters. Everyone could only watch this scene unfold at a loss, but there was nothing they could do to help. On the side, Athena had been staring at Naz and the others. The next second, Athena suddenly spoke. "It's coming." Everyone was stunned. Naz, Gadgelu, Wendy, Sting, Roger, and the others suddenly held their breaths. Ugh, ugh. Suddenly, Naz and the others let out painful cries in unison. Amidst the cries, the five of them suddenly burst out with astonishing light, turning into a beam of light that rushed into the sky. Chapter 17:26. Amidst the tremors in the air, the pillars of light that rose from Naz, Gadgelu, Wendy, Justin, and Rog rushed directly into the sky, shining with a dazzling light that was particularly conspicuous in the dark night. What's going on? Everyone present was completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. However, in the next moment, the scene in the light pillar caused their eyes to widen. Not to mention the others, even Naz, Gadgelu, Wendy, Justin, and Rog's eyes widened. That's... Naz's face was full of shock. No way. Gadgelu's eyes were full of shock. Liar. Wendy covered her mouth as tears began to well up in her eyes. Even Justin and Rog were in disbelief, as if they couldn't believe their eyes, and their bodies began to tremble slightly. The tremors continued to sound in the air, causing the pillars of light that rose into the sky to begin to dim. However, as the pillars of light dimmed, the huge figures in the pillars of light slowly appeared under the night sky and were imprinted in everyone's eyes. They were actually dragons. They were dragons with completely different appearances. They were fire dragons that were red like flames and were extremely robust, with wisps of flames lingering around their bodies. They were iron dragons that seemed to be made of steel and were extremely smooth without any traces of scales. They looked like large reptiles covered in feathers, and even their wings were like those of birds. They were heavenly dragons made of feathers. They had dragon heads and antlers like the divine dragons of the East, and their bodies were sparkling and translucent like seawater. They were shadow dragons that were undulating with some black flame-like mist and had an extremely dense and profound feeling. These 5 dragons slowly emerged from the 5 pillars of light, flapping the dragon wings behind them, suspended in the air, and slowly opened their eyes. Looking at the 5 dragons, everyone present was in a daze. That was because the 5 dragons in front of them were completely different from the other dragons. Although everyone present could clearly sense the powerful aura and pressure from the 5 dragons, no one felt any danger from them. It wasn't that these dragons didn't have the ability to harm humans, but humans instinctively understood. These dragons wouldn't harm innocent lives. Naz, Gadgelu, Wendy, Justin, and Rog trembled all over as they looked at the 5 dragons and clenched their fists. Naz stared at the leading fire dragon and said in a hoarse voice, "Igoniel." Gadgelu stared at the steel dragon, and his voice was full of disbelief. Metalicana. Wendy stared at the heavenly dragon that was covered in feathers, and tears finally fell from her eyes. Grandine. Justin and Rog looked at the remaining dragons and dragons, respectively, and their lips trembled, but they still called out their names. Boslogia, Sheodora. Those names were all too familiar to the dragon-slaying archmages who were raised by dragons. That was because these names belonged to their parents. These dragons in front of them were the parents of Naz, Gadgelu, Wendy, Justin, and Rog. Although they were dragons, they loved humans deeply. They raised Naz and the others, who were humans, and taught them dragon-slaying magic. However, they disappeared at one point causing Naz and the others to bitterly search for their parents for several years. Under the incredulous gazes of Naz and the others, the 5 dragons lowered their heads and looked at their children with an unimaginable gentleness in their eyes. The leader, Igoniel, spoke in a loud voice. "Long time no see, Naz." Ignir. Naz couldn't help but stand up. He couldn't take his eyes off Ignir at all. He moved his legs and walked towards Ignir step by step. "Is it really Igoniel? You don't even recognize your own father?" The corners of Igoniel's mouth curled up, but that curl quickly disappeared. He shifted his gaze to the sky in front of him and snorted coldly. However, now is not the time to reminisce. Naz, get out of the way. That one sentence dispelled all the excitement and emotions in Naz's heart. "Bastard!" Naz shouted angrily at Igoniel, who was in the sky. "What do you mean by get out of the way? You're so noisy, Naz. Shut your mouth." Igoniel ignored Naz and looked ahead with narrowed eyes. "What's next is a battle between dragons. You can't interfere now, so just watch quietly from the side." A battle between dragons? Naz was stunned. At this time, everyone present suddenly realized. In front of Igoniel and the others, a group of black shadows was approaching at an extremely fast speed. Looking at that group of black shadows, everyone's heads began to feel numb. The reason for that was because each and every one of those silhouettes was an enormous dragon. A group of countless dragons surged toward them like a tidal wave, bringing with them an unimaginable sense of oppression. However, in the face of that terrifying oppression, Igoniel snorted disdainfully. He flapped the dragon wings on his back and roared at the sky. "I am the fire dragon, King Igoniel. Dragons, if you want to challenge my dignity, then come at me." This roar turned into a rolling sound wave that resounded through the night sky like thunder. That roar made the magic shooters on the ground wail for the umpteenth time. However, at the same time, it also stopped the overwhelming swarm of WIRMS from surging forward. The WIRMS stopped in front of Ignir, Metallicana, Grandini, Boslo Saya, and Shijidura, flapping their wings and letting out deafening roars. Obviously, the name of the Fire Dragon King was definitely a well-known name for the dragons. Otherwise, there would be no way to deter so many dragons at once. "Dragons, go back." Grandini also spoke, but her voice was not as heavy as Igoniel's. Instead, it was as gentle as an old woman's. "The current era does not belong to us dragons. Invading this era is not allowed. Go back to the era that belongs to you." Hearing that, many dragons in the group let out roars of disagreement, disapproval, and even disdain. They did not pay attention to Grandini's words at all. However, not all dragons were like that. Some of the dragons looked at each other in confusion, as if they did not know what to do. Some of the dragons retreated without hesitation, and even went behind Igoniel and roared at the original group of dragons. The former were intimidated by the name of the Fire Dragon King, and did not know if they should retreat. The latter were all dragons of the Fire Dragon clan, and treated the words of the Fire Dragon King Igoniel as an order. Hence, the dragons that had brought disaster to the entire Crocas were divided into 3 factions. One was led by Igoniel, Metallicana, Grandini, Boslo Saya, and Shigiadola. One was intimidated by the might of the Fire Dragon King and the other dragons, and chose to watch from the sidelines. Another one roared bravely at Igoniel and his group, and issued a challenge, charging in their direction. Igoniel spat out a stream of flames from his nose, but a sinister smile appeared on his dragon head. "I'm burning." Immediately, the dragons in the sky above Crocus began to roar and collide, and an intense group battle broke out in midair. The battle between humans and dragons had unknowingly turned into a battle between dragons and dragons. On the other hand, the humans could only stay on the ground and watch this scene in a daze, completely at a loss for what to do. Under such circumstances in the sky, at a place higher than the clashing dragons, the most intense battle was also going on. However, that battle was no longer a battle between dragons, but a battle between humans and dragons. There was only one person who was watching the battle. That was the dark magic shooter who stood at the top of the palace, facing the wind. Looking at the sky that had turned into a battlefield, Jerf murmured softly, "If you can defeat Achenalia, then you can definitely help me fulfill my wish, definitely." Chapter 17:27. Bang! In the distant horizon, the two streaks of light collided with each other heavily. After a heavy muffled sound and violent wind, the two streaks of light trembled and were sent flying backwards. Under the shock of the ring-shaped shock wave, the two streaks of light retreated violently. Roar! Achenalia roared furiously. The dragon wings on its back flapped, and its huge body that was sent flying backwards came to a stop. It stabilized its body, and then transformed into a meteorite for the umpteenth time, shooting forward. That speed made the Black Dragon King like a bullet. In an instant, it arrived in front of Noah, who was still retreating, with a ruthless and ominous glint in its eyes. Oh, accompanied by a whistling sound, the halberd-like dragon tail on Achenaolia's back swung fiercely in the direction of Noah. Wherever the black dragon tail passed, the air was compressed into a ball and suddenly exploded, forming a very ear-piercing sonic boom. Under that ear-piercing sonic boom, the black dragon tail, which carried an extremely terrifying power, swept across the space and violently whipped towards Noah. With such a powerful blow, it was impossible for Noah, who possessed superb senses, to not detect it. However, Noah did not show any fear, nor did he stop. Instead, he gathered divine power under his feet and suddenly released it. With a dong sound, as if he had stepped on the air, he turned into a cannonball and retreated at an even faster speed. Swish! The dragon tail, which carried a terrifying power, suddenly fell into the air, setting off a wave of air and even causing a burst of air. It was quite terrifying. One could well imagine how frightening the damage would be if that strike were to land on a person's body. Unfortunately, no matter how strong he was, if he couldn't hit him, they would be completely useless. Noah, who had casually avoided that frightening blow, had a sharp glint in his eyes. He still did not stop his body, but converted the divine power flowing in his body into demonic power. Clang! Without the support of the divine power, the light on the demon slayer in Noah's hand suddenly dimmed. However, a violent demonic power suddenly rose from Noah's body. Buzz! In the next moment, huge magic squares rotated in front of Noah one after another, overlapping and combining. In an instant, they formed an extremely abstruse and complex geometric pattern. Then, waves of berserk magic power rapidly condensed into streams and poured into the extremely complex geometric magic array, causing the complex geometric magic array to expand continuously. In just a moment, the complex geometric magic square had expanded to a size of hundreds of meters in diameter, with dazzling demonic power flickering inside. Only then did Noah reach out his hand and placed it at the center of the complex geometric magic square that was like a huge turret and whispered, "Cast." The massive amount of demonic power that was gathered within the magic square exploded instantly. Bang! In the next moment, in the sound of heavy artillery, an earth-shattering magic beam burst out from the huge geometrical magic array, and with a sharp whistling sound, it shot straight towards Achenalia. Looking at the huge beam of demonic power shooting towards him, a faint sense of crisis emerged in Achenalia's heart. Therefore, Achenalia had reason to believe that his dragon scales that could resist any kind of magic attack, and even physical attack, would not be able to completely offset the might of the huge beam of demonic power. Roar! Thus, Achenalia suddenly roared and opened his sinister dragon mouth, gathering demonic power that fluctuated with frightening destructive energy and condensing it into a ball of light. Bang! The ball of light exploded, and the fearsome destructive energy transformed into a beam of light that pierced through the air and shook heaven and earth. The beam of light was imbued with a burst of abnormal energy fluctuations and it hurtled directly toward the oncoming beam of light. Boom! The moment the two terrifying beams of light collided, a ball-shaped ball of demonic power continuously expanded at the point of collision. Finally, it exploded with a loud bang, causing the violent explosion to turn into a shockwave that shook in all directions. The thunderous sound could be faintly heard even from a distance of 1,000 meters. At the moment of the explosion, a circle of energy ripples also shook from the point of explosion, sending Echinalia flying back. It was at this moment that a figure suddenly appeared in the center of the energy ripples in front of them. With a whoosh, the figure landed on Echinaolia's back. Echinalia's eyes widened. Noah, on the other hand, raised his fist high. Magic lines that looked like electric wires suddenly crawled up his arm. Go down! Amidst the violent roar, Noah's fist that was covered with electric wiring lines suddenly clenched, and like a thunderclap, it fiercely smashed down on Echinalia's body. Boom! A muffled sound like the ringing of a bell resounded, shaking up a circle of shock waves. An astonishing force directly hit Echinaolia's back, causing him to let out a painful howl. His huge body was like a kite with a broken string, and like a rubber ball that was fiercely slapped away, he fiercely fell to the ground. Whoosh! A sharp sound that pierced one's eardrums reverberated between heaven and earth, attracting the attention of the fierce battle between the dragons and the humans who were watching the development of the situation on the ground. Then both the humans and the dragons saw it. In the distant sky, a stream of light violently fell like a meteorite, causing violent friction with the atmosphere. Carrying a fiery halo, it heavily landed in a corner of Crocus under the gaze of all the dragons and humans. Boom! The stream of light hit the ground, and amidst a deafening loud noise, it stirred up a terrifying shockwave. Along the way, it brought along thick sand and debris, spreading to the surroundings like a typhoon. Looking at this scene, both the dragons and humans subconsciously stopped what they were doing and focused their gazes there. After the astonishing shockwave subsided, everyone could see clearly. In that huge pit, Echinalia was lying on it, howling in pain. On the other hand, Noah rode on Echinalia's back. His hands were covered in electric wiring lines that shone with unprecedented brilliance. He threw punches at Echinalia one after another. Boom, 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 boom. A series of muffled sounds that made one's heart contract abruptly resounded. At this moment, Noah seemed to have turned into a berserker. With red eyes, he repeatedly bombarded Echinalia with fists that carried the power of tens of thousands of kilograms. With each punch, Echinaolia's huge dragon body shook fiercely, and it let out a painful roar. Immediately, even the ground started to crack apart along Echinaolia's body in all directions. That extremely shocking scene made all the dragons and humans suck in a breath of cold air. Finally, even the ground couldn't withstand the shaking of those punches that could shatter mountains and split the sea. Bang! With a muffled explosion, the ground beneath Echinaolia shattered and caved in as if it was collapsing. Dense sand and dust filled the air, covering Echinalia's body. At this time, Noah suddenly retreated from that dense sand and landed on the ground. The magic patterns on his arms slowly disappeared, and he raised his hand. The silver holy sword just happened to fall from the sky, landing in Noah's hand. Everyone suddenly went silent. The eyes of the entire Crocus were focused on Noah. Looking at the figure that was much smaller than the dragons, a feeling of alarm arose in their hearts. I didn't expect that such a terrifying human could be born in this era. Igunir stared at Noah, then looked in the direction of the rising sand and dust. However, Echinalia isn't that easy to defeat, human. Chapter 1728. In the sky, the sound of dragons flapping their wings could still be heard clearly, filling the whole of Colossus with a tense atmosphere. Everyone's eyes were focused on the place where the thick dust was rising, and then looked at Noah, who was motionless, and many people couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Under such circumstances, in the place where the thick dust was rising, a black shadow gradually climbed up from the ground, and the dragon wings on its back suddenly shook, shaking the thick dust away. Roar, 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 roar. The black dragon king, covered in mysterious patterns, looked up to the sky and roared, making everyone present feel as if they had been hit by an invisible impact. Their chests felt stuffy, and they couldn't help but retreat a little. Noah looked straight at the angry, roaring Achenarolia, his hand holding his sword slightly tightened, and an expression of as expected appeared on his face. Even if it's just a god-level physical ability, there's still no way to cause much damage to it. No matter what, Achenarolia was a 4-digit existence. Noah's physical ability that was comparable to a god-level physical ability after being strengthened by magic was at best a 5-digit peak. If he wanted to shake Achenarolia, there was no way to cause much damage with just an attack of that level. Of course, even if it didn't cause much damage, from a human point of view, Noah's actions were already quite astonishing to be able to suppress the legendary Dragon King and beat it up. It was precisely because of this that the anger in Achenerolia's heart could be imagined. So, in the next second, Achenarolia lowered its head, stared at Noah, opened its dragon mouth, and squeezed out a low voice. How irritating! That voice stunned all the people and dragons present. However, even if everyone and the dragons were stunned, Achenarolia still growled as if it was talking to itself. To think that I would be forced into such a state by a mere human. This is too displeasing. Hearing this, everyone finally reacted. Wendy said with a look of bewilderment. He spoke? Isn't that obvious? Gadjaloo clicked his tongue. Dragons are extremely intelligent beings. How could they not know how to speak? As Gadjaloo had said, dragons were highly intelligent beings. It was impossible for them not to know how to speak. Not to mention, Achenarolia was once a human, so it was even more impossible for him to not know how to speak. However, generally speaking, some proud and arrogant dragons, who viewed humans as ants, food, and livestock, did not like to talk to humans. That was why they would use roars as a form of intimidation instead of words. Achenarolia was an existence that belonged to this category. It wasn't just humans. Achenarolia also despised the dragon race, and even despised all life forms. Even if he had extremely high intelligence, he still didn't like to talk to any existence. However, at this moment, Achenarolia finally opened his mouth to speak. Because of a human who had once severely injured him and now suppressed him. Raising a ferocious dragon claw and slamming it on the ground, Achenarolia spat out words full of anger and hostility in Noah's direction. I will destroy you. Destroy you. Human. Hearing this, before Noah could say anything, Iguanol descended from the sky and arrived above Noah's head. You were once a human, Dragon King. Iguanol's pair of flame-like eyes stared at Achenarolia as he growled at him. This era no longer belongs to the dragons. The birth of a human who can rival you is proof that even you are no longer the overlord of this era. Don't interfere with the direction of this era, Achenarolia. Achenarolia immediately raised his dragon head and looked at Iguanol, his voice still low and angry. Do you think I will lose to a mere human? Fire Dragon King. You were once a human, yet you were able to become the Dragon King. If that's the case, is there anything strange about the appearance of another human who can defeat you? Iguanol said as he spat out a mouthful of flames. The era of the dragons has already ended. Your legend will also end one day. I, Fire Dragon King Iguanol, firmly believe that this day will come. That is why I continue to live and wait for this day to come. That kind of thing doesn't matter. Achenarolia roared, creating an astonishing sound wave. My wish is only destruction. 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 Your wish will not come true. Achenarolia. Iguanol was not to be outdone as he roared at Achenarolia. His roar created wind waves that surged in all directions. I will stop you. Humans will also stop you. No matter if you are a human or a dragon, you are all so unpleasant. Aconarolia's surging gaze swept across the surrounding dragons as he growled. I will destroy all of you. Not a single one will be left alive. Aconarolia's words angered all the dragons. However, from Aconarolia's body, the dragons all felt a fatal threat. This kind of threat suppressed the anger of the giant dragons and prevented them from recklessly charging forward. Thanks to this, the dragons were able to survive. Aconarolia no longer paid attention to the dragons and turned his gaze back to Noah. Then, Aconarolia's body flashed with a pitch-black radiance. Clang! In that pitch-black radiance, Aconarolia's huge body gradually shrank. Seeing this, Noah's eyes flashed with astonishment. What was even more astonishing was yet to come. As Aconarolia gradually shrank, the outline of his body changed from a dragon form to a human form. Finally, when the magic light enveloping Aconarolia's body faded, a figure was imprinted in everyone's eyes. It was a man with dark skin that was covered with patterns. The man had messy long hair draped to his waist and a black cloak draped over his body. His upper body was naked, but there were scars and a dragon tooth necklace hung around his neck. At first glance, he looked like a wanderer. However, there was a destructive aura fluctuating from this wanderer, as well as an extremely dangerous temperament. Especially in the man's eyes, there was not the slightest trace of emotion. There was only a scalp-numbing vicious aura and an endless desire to destroy. Looking at this person, everyone and the dragons lost their voices. Noah looked at him and softly muttered, "So that's how it is. Is this your human form?" Aconarolia, who had transformed into a human form, did not reply. Instead, he stared at Noah, his eyes fluctuating with vicious aura as he stretched out his hand and pointed at the scars on his body. These scars were all caused by the sword strike you dealt to me 7 years ago. That one sentence silenced everyone, including the dragon. Everyone and the dragons looked at the hideous scars all over Aconarolia's body and shuddered in their hearts. What kind of sword strike could cause such injuries? Even the main members of Fairy Tale shuddered when they recalled Noah's sword that could split the heavens and earth. In this situation, Noah narrowed his eyes and said this sentence. It would be better to say that after taking that kind of strike, you only received such a degree of injury. That's what makes me surprised. Is that so? Aconarolia expressionlessly said. However, after this wound appeared, every time it hurts, a thought in my heart becomes stronger. As he spoke these words, an extremely dark and overbearing demonic energy suddenly erupted from Aconarolia's body, transforming into a gale that swept outwards. That is, if you don't die, no matter where you are, even if you are at the end of this era, I will chase after you and tear you to pieces. After saying this, Aconarolia's hand under his cloak suddenly clenched into a claw. With a wave of his claw, several pitch-black claw lights suddenly appeared. Like blade lights, they violently chopped towards Noah. Chapter 17:29. Following the sharp sound of something breaking through the air, that pitch-black sharp claw light suddenly cut through the air like a bolt of lightning, carrying a ferocious aura that caused one's expression to change as it viciously chopped down at Noah. That claw light was like the sharpest cutting machine in the world, suffused with a cold and dark aura, causing one's scalp to begin to tingle. It was believed that if one was hit by this claw light, then it would definitely be like what Aconarolia said, being able to tear a person to pieces in an instant. Even if that person was Noah, it would still be the same. However, facing such a terrifying attack, Noah's expression did not change in the slightest. Looking at the sharp claw light that violently chopped down, Noah felt the cold aura that it carried until it was less than half a meter away from his body. Only then did he tighten his foot and abruptly take a step to the side. Chwa! The sharp claw light immediately brushed past Noah's shoulder in an extremely thrilling manner, landing on the ground beside Noah. Pong! In the midst of the explosive sound, those sharp claw light directly exploded the ground, carving out several gullies in the ground, and explosively shot into the distance without losing momentum, plowing out abyss-like cracks along the way, causing gravel to fly in all directions and explode in the surroundings. The power of a single claw had actually reached such a level, and this claw was clearly just a greeting from Aeconarolia. Pong! In the next second, Aeconarolia stomped on the ground, and his entire body shot out like a sharp arrow. His eyes, filled with hostility, stared straight at Noah, while one of his hands was still in the shape of a claw, like a sharp beast's claw. Raising his arm, the claw brought about a cold and sharp wind as it mercilessly pierced towards Noah's throat. Only at this time did the onlookers and dragons react one after another. Looking at Aeconarolia shooting towards Noah at an astonishing speed, the sharp claw directly piercing towards Noah's throat, one by one they cried out in alarm. Even the ground had been ripped apart by Aeconarolia's claw, not to mention a human's body and a fragile throat at that. Everyone could be sure, once this claw hit, not to mention the throat, Noah's entire head would be directly torn apart, leaving only a pile of blood and flesh. Even the onlookers could understand. Naturally, Noah could not. In response, Noah suddenly raised the demon slayer in his hand. Clang! A surge of divine power surged into the silver holy sword, causing the elven magic equipment named Demon Slayer to blossom with dazzling light. Soon after, Noah raised the holy sword in his hand high up and suddenly chopped down at the incoming sharp claw. The sword light fell in midair, colliding with the incoming claw with a loud bang. Clang! The collision of the sword and the claw actually caused a crisp sound of steel clashing against steel to suddenly resound, stirring up ripples in the air, which rapidly surged out in all directions, spreading out in all directions. Noah and Aeconarolia both trembled, and under the effect of a force that could not be ignored, they were suddenly shaken back. Suddenly, Aeconarolia's feet repeatedly stomped on the ground, and his figure involuntarily retreated. With every step he took, the ground would shatter with a thump sound. After retreating several steps in a row, Aeconarolia fiercely stomped his feet, and at the same time, his figure finally stabilized. Noah was not as violent as Aeconarolia. While retreating, his feet gracefully tapped on the ground, and with each leap, he dispelled the force that could not be ignored. Launching an attack without a word, as expected of a villain, Noah's gaze directly fell on Aeconarolia's body, and a slight sharpness gradually emerged in his eyes. Then, should it be my turn next? As his words fell, the phosphorescent divine power fluctuating around Noah's body suddenly surged to his feet, converged into a ball, and then exploded. Noah's figure suddenly burst out, and with a low, thunder-like sound, the holy sword in his hand pointed at Aeconarolia from afar, and like a bolt of lightning, shot out. Absolute sword skill. Primary form, purple lightning. The lightning-like thrust caused Noah's figure to turn into a blurry shadow, and in a flash, he arrived in front of Aeconarolia. The sharp tip of his sword was directly pointed at Aeconarolia's throat, as if returning the attack from before. With a cold gust of wind, he mercilessly stabbed forward. Aeconarolia's pupils slightly shrank, but a ruthless look appeared in his eyes, and he suddenly bent his claws. A pitch-black demonic power suddenly emerged from Aeconarolia's claws, curling around his 5 fingers and slightly fluctuating, causing Aeconarolia's nails to be suffused with a cold light. Black Dragon's claw attack. With a low roar, Aeconarolia's arm shook, and his claws instantly shot out. An invisible gust of wind formed a faintly discernible shadow in front of his claws, and like a dragon's claw, it carried a ferocious momentum and met the holy sword that was thrusting towards him. Clang! A loud and clear sound of metal clashing abruptly rang out. Wong! A storm-like ripple of energy suddenly burst out from the collision of the sword and the claw. Kacha, kacha, kacha. Wherever the ripple of energy passed, the ground was unable to bear the heavy load, and cracks spread out like a spider web from Noah and Aeconarolia's bodies, instantly expanding to a distance of tens of meters away. Under such circumstances, the invisible ripple of energy was still constantly shaking out from the collision of the sword and the claw, causing the ground to continuously crack. In the blink of an eye, the cracks on the ground had reached their limit, and the whole ground suddenly collapsed. The onlookers and the dragons all subconsciously retreated. Looking at the two people in the collision, they unconsciously broke out in a cold sweat. A collision of that degree, let alone a human, even an ordinary dragon would not be able to cause it, right? Two existences that were essentially human could actually fight to this extent. Just how much potential did the human race have? Econarolia, who did not know what the dragons were thinking, only felt his arm go numb. That holy sword flickering with dazzling white light carried a powerful energy fluctuation, continuously attacking his body, causing his chest to begin to feel stuffy. Then, Econarolia discovered his body's ability was actually fading little by little. The so-called dragon-slaying magic was a magic that could give a high mage a physique comparable to a dragon's, a magic that could destroy a dragon's power. Using this kind of magic, Econarolia could slaughter a group of dragons and become the Dragon King. Now, the elven magic device called Demon Slayer was slowly eliminating the effects of the dragon-slaying magic used by Econarolia, attempting to pull Econarolia off the altar of the Dragon King and turn him back into a human. That was the ability of the Demon Slayer. It was even more against the rules than the God Slayer magic device, and could even break through curses. Being in close contact with this kind of elven magic device, Econarolia's dragon physique would most likely be removed, and he would turn back into a human. This was something that Econarolia could not tolerate. "I'm the Dragon King." Econarolia clenched his claws, tightly grasping the dazzling white light of the Demon Slayer. Staring at Noah with an ominous glint in his eyes, he growled, "Before destroying everything in this era, I absolutely won't lose to a human." As soon as his voice fell, Econarolia suddenly raised his other arm, curling it into a claw. Pitch-black magic surged on it, turning into a sinister beast claw, covering Econarolia's claw. Whoosh! Amidst the faint sound of breaking air, the claw that was covered by the ferocious beast's claws cut through the air. It carried an incomparably sharp claw wind and terrifying chi as it violently slashed at Noah's chest. Noah's expression slightly changed. Chapter 17:30. Sharp claws swept past, carrying a sinister dragon claw shadow, leaving faint claw marks in the air, directly aiming for Noah's chest. In Noah's eyes, the sharp claws gradually enlarged, as though they were announcing the arrival of death. They were closing in on Noah bit by bit. In this instant, Noah could be said to have reached the end of the road. The Demon Slayer in his hand was firmly imprisoned by Econalia, not caring about the effects on his body, simply unable to move. In this case, with Noah's body that had returned to the human category after losing his ability value, he would definitely die on the spot after receiving that claw. But at this time, if the divine power in his body was converted into magic power, using the strengthening magic to strengthen his body, perhaps he would be able to withstand this attack. However, at that moment, Econarolia's claw collided with the Demon Slayer and directly suppressed Aster, who had lost the support of his divine power and similarly dealt a fatal blow to Noah. Of course, Noah could also use both magic power and divine power at the same time, achieving the dual use of both the elven device and the strengthening magic. But before this, Noah had already discovered that the difficulty of controlling two completely different types of energy was a lot higher than purely controlling one type of energy. If he used both types of energy at the same time, it would only cause the output of the two types of energy to decrease by a lot, causing the might of both the elven device and the strengthening magic to sharply decrease by more than half. In this way, he simply wouldn't be able to continue fighting Econalia. Thus, in the battle between Noah and Econalia, he had always only used divine power or magic power, absolutely not both at the same time. In any case, Econalia's dragon physique completely came from the Dragon Slayer magic. As long as he had the Demon Slayer in hand, then even if Noah didn't use the strengthening magic to strengthen his body's ability would still be in the human realm. He could rely on the elven device to greatly weaken the might of Akanalia's dragon slayer magic, achieving the goal of directly confronting this pitch-black dragon king. In view of this, now that the demon slayer was imprisoned, facing Akanalia's furious claw, Noah had already reached the end of the road. Then, at this very moment, what other methods did Noah have to deal with the current situation? The three major spells of the fairy tale required an extremely long time to prepare, and simply couldn't be used in this moment of imminent peril. None of the simulated star map, another cosmology, was effective against Akanalolia. In that case, in a situation where he could only use the divine might, there was only one trump card that Noah could use. Divine starlight, lightning of salvation, wisdom of the goddess, indestructible steel. Amidst the incantation written in the elven language, half of the elven mark on the back of Noah's left hand suddenly flickered. Sword, appear in my hand suddenly. Athena, who was standing by the side of the high mages of the fairy tale, had a pair of bewitching snake eyes that faintly flickered, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Soon after, under the astonished gazes of the high mages of the fairy tale, Athena's body flashed with a resplendent radiance and turned into a platinum divine sword. She suddenly turned, broke through the air, and shot towards Noah's direction. Ha! With a crisp sound, the elven device called the Heavenly Sword of Salvation was caught in Noah's hand. Clang! A dazzling platinum light that was as bright as the sun suddenly blossomed from the Heavenly Sword of Salvation. The platinum light converged into a flash of light in the blink of an eye. Amidst Akanarolia's abrupt change of expression, it suddenly shot out and shot towards Akanarolia's sharp claws. In order to imprison the demon slayer, Akanarolia directly used his hand to tightly grasp the demon slayer. Thus, under the power of the demon slayer, Akanarolia's dragon slayer magic had been weakened by a large portion. What would be the result of using such a weakened dragon slayer magic to face a flash that could split stars? The answer was mercilessly revealed in the next second. Poochie! The resplendent flash burst out, and with a tearing sound, it directly pierced through Akanarolia's arm and even annihilated that arm in the flash. Thick blood immediately sprayed into the sky. Woo! Woo-ah! Akanarolia let out a low roar filled with pain. Under the intense pain, Akanarolia released the demon slayer's shackles. Noah's eyes flashed with a touch of coldness, and he raised the demon slayer high. Clang! The silver sword light flashed, and with a sword hum, it suddenly swept down towards Akanarolia. Poochie! Another tearing sound sounded, and a large amount of dark red blood sprayed in all directions. The demon slayer, which turned into a sword light, slashed diagonally along Akanarolia's shoulder, causing blood to spurt out from Akanarolia's body. A hideous wound appeared on Akanarolia's body from his left shoulder to the right side of his abdomen. With a large amount of blood, Akanarolia's body soared into the air, flew backwards, and slowly fell to the ground. Blood dyed the ground red. The whole world fell into silence. Everyone looked at Akanarolia, who fell to the ground, with a large amount of blood flowing out from his body and staining the ground red. They all fell into a state of silence, including the dragons in the sky. Whether it was humans or dragons, at this moment, they all held their breath and lost the ability to speak and react. Then, on the ground dyed red, Akanarolia's body trembled and he coughed. Cough, cough, cough. Akanarolia constantly coughed out blood, but as if he didn't allow himself to lie on the ground, he struggled to get up. However, the entire process of getting up was difficult and cruel. Naturally, it was difficult to avoid. After all, even if it was a dragon king, receiving such a serious injury was enough to kill him. Thus, how could it not be difficult to get up? As for cruelty, it referred to the scene itself. Even after suffering such a serious injury, he still insisted on getting up. During the whole process, blood spilled out from Akanarolia's severed arm and the wound in front of his body as if it was free, dyeing the ground into a pool of blood. However, Even so, Aconarolea still insisted on getting up. After standing up with great difficulty, his body was crooked, as if he could fall down at any time. That scene could be described as tragic. Noah quietly watched this scene unfold. He didn't stop it, didn't say anything, and didn't pursue the victory. Instead, as if talking to himself, he softly said, at the last moment, he desperately jumped back a step. That's right. The moment the demon slayer slashed down, Aconarolea jumped back a step, avoiding the result of being cut in half by the demon slayer. But you already have no chance of winning. Noah looked straight at Aconarolea and said indifferently, it ends here, Aconarolea. Hearing Noah's words, regardless of the reactions of the spectators and dragons, Aconarolea trembled heavily and slowly raised his head. It ends here? Aconarolea coldly looked at Noah, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, but he didn't care and growled, no, until the moment of my life ends. I won't stop my destruction. Destruction, destruction, destruction. Aconarolea roared towards the sky. I want to destroy. With a roar, Aconarolea raised his remaining hand and formed a claw. Ignoring the large amount of blood that flowed out, he charged in Noah's direction. Looking at Aconarolea, who was charging towards him, Noah's eyes flickered. Before a feeling of pity emerged in his eyes, he closed his eyes. However, in Noah's hand, the elven magic device, named Heavenly Sword of Salvation, once again blossomed with a dazzling brilliance. The brilliance turned into streaks of platinum light. Like a laser, they suddenly shot out and directly shot towards Aconarolea. Poochie, poochie, poochie. One after another, the streaks of light pierced through Aconarolea's body and came out from his back. Without losing momentum, they shot into the distance and disappeared on the other side of the horizon. Chapter 17:31. Bang! With a clear sound of falling to the ground, Aconarolea, whose body was pierced by the light of salvation, slowly fell to the ground. The blood flowing out of his body had already stopped. Looking at the night sky dyed red by the flames, Aconarolea's eyes, filled with hostility, became absent-minded little by little. His vision began to distort. His heart gradually stopped beating. At this moment, Aconarolea clearly understood one thing. His destructive journey that had lasted for hundreds of years had finally come to an end. Not long after, the existence called Aconarolea would completely disappear from this world. Just like what Aginel said, the era belonging to the Dragon King had impressively come to an end. Regarding this, Aconarolea didn't feel sad, nor did he feel unwilling, nor did he have the slightest resentment. There was only a tranquility that mortals couldn't understand. When he was still a human, Aconarolea was an existence with distorted emotions. When others were enjoying life, Aconarolea was thinking about destruction. When others were struggling under the threat of the dragons, Aconarolea was thinking about destruction. When others were making an alliance with the dragons of the coexistence faction to resist the dragons of the opposition, Aconarolea was thinking about destruction. When others were slowly approaching death with the passage of time, Aconarolea was also thinking about destruction. Jerv once said that Aconarolea undoubtedly had the power to dominate the world, but he only thought about destruction. This sentence could be said to have completely interpreted the essence of Aconarolea's existence. Jerv was right. Aconarolea was synonymous with destruction. Even if he looked down on humans, was hostile to the dragons, and even hated all life, it was all because Aconarolea wanted to enjoy destruction. It was that simple. If in the world of Hakata, Azidakaha was the embodiment of evil, then Aconarolea was the embodiment of destruction. The difference was that the former's evil was to create a future for humans, while the latter's destruction was just a manifestation of distorted emotions. In any case, Aconarolea's journey of destruction had come to an end. It was said that before a person died, they would recall everything that had happened during their lifetime. However, Aconarolea didn't have that kind of emotion. He just calmly closed his eyes. The moment his heart stopped beating, he welcomed death in the most calm manner. Just like this, Aconarolea's aura completely disappeared. Everyone present, including Long June, looked at Aconarolia, who was lying on the ground with his eyes closed. From beginning to end, there was no expression on his face, and they looked at each other in dismay. In the next second, oh. Astonishing cheers soared into the sky, carrying the joy of the people, resounding through the night sky. Aconerolia's death had caused everyone here to forget about him. It wasn't only Aconerolia that threatened this world, but also the dragons flapping their wings in the sky. People hugged each other to celebrate this miraculous victory. Some of them even shed tears of joy. When the dragons descended, these high mages from famous guilds all over the kingdom experienced only infinite panic. When Aconerolia descended, everyone present felt a deep sense of despair. However, the despair that the humans could not resist had finally fallen in front of everyone. He was single-handedly defeated by that existence called Noadoria with 2 swords. Many people looked at the figure holding the silver holy sword and the platinum divine saber, standing in the sea of flames. Reverence and admiration appeared in their eyes, as well as longing and worship. Even Egonial, Grandine, Metallicana, Boslosaya, and Shigiadora, who were soaring in the sky, were looking at Noah, who was standing on the ground, with endless emotions surging in their hearts. "There's no need to doubt it," Ignir said in a low voice. "This era belongs to the human race. That man proved it." "That's right," Grandine said in an extremely gentle voice. "The era of us dragons has come to an end." Metallicana, Boslosaya, and Shigiadora slowly nodded. Their hearts were actually the same as Aconerolia's. There was no sadness, no unwillingness, let alone resentment. There was only inconceivable calmness. Perhaps this was the state of mind that a transcendent of this era should have. With such a state of mind, Ignir turned his head and looked at the dragons in the sky. His voice resounded through the night sky. "Dragons, go back. Go back to your era. There's no meaning in fighting. Strife shouldn't happen here. Our world doesn't belong here. It belongs to 400 years ago. Go back. Return this era to humans." These words reverberated in the sky for a long time without calming down. Hearing these words, the dragons were no longer as agitated as before. Instead, they looked at each other, then at Noah, who was standing on the ground with 2 swords in his hands. Undoubtedly, he was quite small, but he gave off a feeling of vastness that no matter what, they couldn't match. They fell into silence. Finally, the dragons raised their heads and roared at the sky. Roar, roar, roar. The roars of the dragons turned into vibrating echoes that rippled under the night sky and spread to the horizon. Immediately, the dragons flapped their wings and flew in the direction of the Eclipse Gate in groups. When the crowd saw this, they cried tears of joy and cheered once again. Emerald's eyes were also glistening with tears. She watched the dragons disappear in the direction of the Eclipse Gate with mixed feelings as she softly muttered, "It's over." This sentence was quickly drowned out by the cheers of everyone present. However, Noah heard this sentence in disbelief. He looked at Aconerolia's corpse in front of him, lowered his head, and muttered to himself, "Is it over?" As he said this, another figure appeared in Noah's mind. Immediately, Noah's eyes flickered. "No, it's not over yet." When this sentence came out of Noah's mouth, the flow of air suddenly changed. Amidst a tremor that no one could hear, the entire space suddenly trembled. Then, with Noah as the center, the entire world was dyed in a pitch-black color. At this moment, all the magic shooters who were crying tears of joy and hugging each other froze in space and stopped moving. At this moment, Ignir and the rest of the dragons who were flapping their wings and flying in the air were also frozen in place. Frozen in place. That scene was as if time itself had stopped flowing, causing the entire world to be dyed in a pitch-black color. Noah was the only one who was still standing in the same spot as before. Clang! The holy sword and divine saber in Noah's hands blossomed with dazzling radiance, as if they had sensed something, and phosphorescent divine, might energy circulated around them. However, Noah did not inject divine might energy into the two elven devices, nor did he waver in the slightest due to the changes in his surroundings. He only slowly turned his head, as if he had expected someone to do all this, and cast a sharp gaze forward. Then, a figure appeared. You really didn't disappoint me. You really defeated that Aconorolia. Jeffrey raised his head and met Noah's sharp gaze with a smile that did not give off any sense of danger. That's an opponent that even I find a little troublesome. Even I can't kill him. Of course, Aconorolia can't kill me either. Is that so? Noah said calmly. So, you think I can't kill you, so you came to me like this? No, it should be the opposite. The smile on Jeffrey's face became tired. I came to ask you to kill me. Chapter 1732. I'm here to ask you to kill me. Noah fell silent when he heard those words from the fatigued Jerv. Noah's understanding of Jerv had already increased when he obtained the lumen starlight. In the past, Noah's understanding of Jerv had stopped at the level of the most vicious and evil dark mage in history. Apart from that, Noah didn't have any other impression of Jerv. It wasn't until Makarov entrusted him with the lumen starlight that Noah had a whole new understanding of Jerv. The man in front of him was just a pitiful person. He was a pitiful person who tried to die, and his abilities were so great that they involved the realm of God. In the end, he was cursed by God and obtained an immortal body. The curse that would take away the lives of the people around him the more he cherished his life was too cruel for a person. Noah felt that if he were in Jerv's shoes, he would definitely want to die. After all, instead of continuously taking the lives of the innocent people around him, and even the lives of those he cherished, it would be better to just die. Of course, Noah was much luckier than Jerv as he had a physique that would definitely not be cursed. Even God wouldn't be able to impose any curse on Noah, who had transcended the realm of humans and was doted on by thousands of worlds. Unfortunately, Jerv wasn't Noah and wasn't doted on by the world. It would be better to say that Jerv was abandoned by the world because he was involved in the realm of God as a human and could no longer integrate into this era. Some people said that ignorance was a sin. However, sometimes it was also a sin if one's knowledge and talent were too outstanding. Jerv's existence proved that point. However, Noah definitely wouldn't choose to die like Jerv. Hence, Noah only had one kind of emotion towards Jerv. It wasn't sympathy, pity, sarcasm, or mockery. Instead, he was more or less angry. Under the control of his emotions, Noah's gaze on Jerv became sharper and sharper, and he abruptly asked this question. He suddenly asked, "It has been almost 400 years since you were called the most vicious and evil dark mage in history, right?" "Yes, I have indeed lived for 400 years and belong to the same era as the dragons," Jerv answered honestly after being stunned for a moment. "So, I don't belong to this era, either. Just like Aconorolia, I should disappear with the change of era. Just because of this, you're going to borrow my hand." Noah sneered. "Do you think I'll agree to that kind of thing? You're not going to agree?" Jerv frowned and asked in confusion, "Why? Don't you see me as an evil dark mage?" The crimes that he had committed up until now could be counted as innumerable, right? "You shouldn't mind killing me, right?" "I won't mind killing you," Noah said indifferently. "But don't you think that's letting you off too easily?" "Letting me off too easily?" Jerv was taken aback. "What do you mean? You've said it yourself. You've committed countless sins so far. Not only did you leave behind forbidden spells like System or that cost lives, but you've also created many demons that directly and indirectly took away the future and happiness of so many people." Noah said word by word as he stared at Jerv. "You've committed so many sins and left behind so much evil, and now you want to die? How can it be that easy?" That was the biggest difference between Noah and Jerv. Death is a form of release, but at the same time, it's also a form of escape. Noah said without hesitation, "I won't kill you before you redeem yourself for all your sins." Jeffrey fell silent upon hearing this. After a long while, Jerv spoke with an expressionless face. "However, if you don't kill me, I will only commit more crimes. As long as I don't die, my existence will continuously rob the future and happiness of the people around me unless I forget the preciousness of life. However, in that situation, I will also rob the lives of others without hesitation, as I view life as nothing more than grass. No matter what, my existence will only bring misfortune to others in any form. Jerv looked at Noah with dark emotions surging in his eyes. Even so, you don't intend to kill me? No. If I let you live and allow you to commit even more sins, that would be putting the cart before the horse, Noah said calmly. The question is whether your curse will take away the lives of others when you realize how precious life is, right? As Noah said this, he raised his head and gazed at Jeff. A look that even Jeff couldn't understand appeared in his deep, dark eyes. Then, Noah picked up his pace and walked in Jerv's direction. Looking at Jerv approaching him step by step, Jerv's face was full of doubt, but he didn't show the slightest resistance. He just watched silently as Noah approached and stood in front of him. Noah looked into Jerv's eyes and said, I won't let you take away the lives of innocent people, even if you're cursed by God. As soon as his voice fell, Poochie, with a tearing sound, the elf device named Demon Slayer penetrated Jerv's heart and came out from his back. Jerv didn't expect that Noah, who had claimed that he wouldn't kill him just a second ago, would suddenly attack him. His eyes slowly widened, and he looked at Noah with astonishment in his eyes. Under such circumstances, Jerv didn't notice it. The holy sword that penetrated his body didn't bring out a single drop of blood. Just like that, Jerv suddenly felt it. An unimaginable power appeared in his body without any reason, and he went berserk. A deep darkness surged from Jerv's body and turned into a gust of pitch-black wind that swept in all directions. Woo! Jerv felt as if something in his body was about to explode, causing him to scream in excruciating pain. The darkness that surged from Jerv's body like a swamp rolled wildly and shook the entire pitch-black space. Clang! At this moment, the demon slayer that pierced through Jeffrey's body emitted a dazzling white light. It surged out like a tide and covered the darkness that surged out from Jeffrey's body. Under the dazzling white light of the demon slayer, the thick darkness that surged out of Jeffrey's body started to dissipate bit by bit until it completely disappeared. Noah pulled out the holy sword, causing Jerv to tremble and kneel on the ground as he panted heavily. Gilf was sweating profusely as he panted heavily. He raised his trembling hands and exclaimed in disbelief. The curse on me, I removed it, Noah said matter-of-factly. My Aster has the ability to remove any curse, even if it's a god's curse. Noah's words made Jerv's expression change. There was surprise, doubt, confusion, and even disbelief in his expression. This way, you won't take the lives of others uncontrollably, and you won't have an immortal lifespan. Noah turned his back to Jerv. What you need to do next is to atone for the sins that you've committed in the past 400 years. With that, Noah glanced at Jerv. As long as you live, Li Tianlan said. After saying that, Noah ignored Gerald and slowly walked in the direction of his companions. Chapter 1733. Seeing Noah leave without any hesitation, Jerv's eyes flickered, and he fell into a daze. To make up for the sins left behind in the past. After thinking about it carefully, Jerv realized that he had indeed left behind many things that he had to make up for. In the past 400 years, many of the forbidden magic that Jerv developed had a serious impact on this world. For example, the Paradise Tower incident was a tragedy caused by the forbidden magic left behind by Jerv. In fact, this was not the only thing that had happened in the past. Even Noah didn't know. In fact, the Gate of Time, named Eclipse, was also something created by Jerv. In other words, even if the culprit behind the appearance of the 10,000 dragons was not Jerv, it was definitely related to him. The arrival of the future Logue, the kingdom's princess being used, the plan for the Great Demon Battle exhibition. These were all indirectly caused by Jerv. In addition to these, Jerv also created many demons. Now, those demons must still be active in every corner of this world, right? Use my lifetime to atone for my sins. Jerv smiled bitterly. However, that smile faintly carried a sense of relief and redemption. Forget it. After struggling meaninglessly for 400 years, maybe it's not bad to live a meaningful life. Without the curse of God, Jerv's lifespan would become limited. How to eliminate the sins left behind in this world in a limited time would become Jerv's homework in the future. And that was not something that Noah could interfere with. On the other side, Noah was still walking in the pitch-black space as if time had stopped. He walked in the direction of his companions. While walking, Noah spoke with a calm expression. "What? Still not planning to come out?" As the voice fell, a petite figure like a fairy descended from the sky and slowly landed beside Noah. Mavis tilted her head and looked at Noah as she spoke in a serious tone. "Is this really okay?" Noah naturally understood what Mavis was referring to. Hence, Noah asked in return, "Do you think I didn't handle it well?" No one can be sure whether Jerv will live to atone for his sins in the future, right? Mavis said after a moment of silence. It is possible that he will continue to wander like before, with the contradictory feelings of respect and contempt for life. Who knows? That's his decision, Noah said without changing his expression. As long as he doesn't make me regret my decision today, that's none of my business. If Jerv spent the rest of his time making up for his sins, that would be the best-case scenario. However, if there came a day when Gerald spent his limited time on the wrong path, Noah would hunt him down no matter where he was. This was Noah's decision. After all, I don't want to fight for the sins he left behind. It's like I'm cleaning up after him. Noah shrugged. So, there's no harm in letting him deal with it himself, right? Mavis was silent. After a while, Mavis sighed. If this is your decision, then I can't say anything. Oh, Noah chuckled. Why? Because right now, you are the president of Fairy Tale, the representative of humans in this era. Mavis closed her eyes and revealed a cute smile. And I am just a departed spirit. I can't interfere with the decisions of the living and affect the development of this era. A departed spirit. Noah couldn't help but laugh. You said it yourself. I'm the guild leader of Fairy Tale. Do you think I don't know that you're still alive? The inexhaustible source of magic lumen starlight. That miracle was built on Mavis' body, which also carried the curse of the god of Ankh. Mavis wasn't truly dead. She was only affected by the curse of the god of Ankh, which was even more powerful than her own. She fell into a dilemma of having her immortal life taken away. This was the so-called state of suspended animation. If Mavis could be revived, Noah could use Aster's power to remove the curse on her body. Then, Mavis would be able to live again, just like Ankh. Although I don't have the means to save you right now, once I complete my mission, everything will be fine. Noah didn't look at Mavis as he spoke with a hidden meaning. So, do you still insist that you are dead? Hearing this, Mavis didn't say anything. She walked briskly beside Noah with her hands behind her back. She looked at the sky, her gem-like eyes swaying gently like the surface of a lake. The dragon race has already gone extinct. Aconorolia has been destroyed by you. Ankh is about to embark on a journey to atone for his sins, and existences that don't belong to this era have their own path of return. If I am revived, then what should I live for? From Mavis's words, Noah could clearly hear a hint of bewilderment. In response, Noah spoke without hesitation. Is there even a need to say it? Of course, it's for the fairy tale. His words caused Mavis to be completely stunned. I will definitely resurrect you. Noah faintly smiled at Mavis, who was staring blankly at him. When the time comes, you will join my guild and live for my guild. Noah's words made Mavis' gem-like eyes shine with a peculiar light. Shortly after, Mavis smiled happily. Yes. The instant Mavis nodded, the pitch-black luster in the surrounding space began to fade away. Time resumed its flow. The sea of fire that had filled the entire Clocassi had gradually extinguished at some point. In the square, the group of high mages raised their heads and looked at the sky. Over there, led by Ignil, Grandini, Metallicuna, Boslo Saya, and Shijidura, the dragons floated in the air. They lowered their heads and looked at their children in silence. Gadjaloo, Windy, Sting, and Rog were also looking at their adoptive parents flying in the sky. For a moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in their hearts, and they didn't know what to say. Naz was the only one who kept yelling at Ignir. Ignir, hurry up and explain yourself. Why did you come out of my body? You are so noisy, Naz. Naz. Ignir roared helplessly, as if he was humiliated. Can't you be any quieter at this time? Who cares what time it is? The more Naz spoke, the angrier he got. I have been looking for you, but you hid my body. You are too much. That's right, Windy said with tears in her eyes, feeling wronged. I have also been looking for you, Grandine. I'm sorry, Windy, Grandine said apologetically. We had no choice. If we didn't hide in your bodies, we wouldn't have been able to extend our lives. Extend our lives? Windy was startled. Not to mention Windy, even Naz, Gadjaloo, Sting, Roger, and the others opened their eyes wide, and their expressions were completely frozen on the spot. Gadjaloo couldn't help but step forward and shout at Metallicana. What was the meaning of this? Metallicana didn't say anything. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Noah beside him before he spoke in a deep voice. I think you should have discovered our state, right? Hearing Metallicana's words, everyone's gazes converged on Noah. Under everyone's gaze, Noah was silent for a while. After a while, he cast his gaze on the group of dragons. Although I don't know what's going on, I can feel that the life aura in your bodies is constantly draining away. If this continues, you might disappear soon, right? Naz and the others were shocked and stood there in a daze. Chapter 1734. Disappear? The dragons would disappear? Ignir, Grandine, Metallicana, Perlogia, and Sgiadora would all disappear? What kind of joke was this? Grandine, Windy said with a trembling voice. Is this true? Naz, Gadjaloo, Sting, and Rog stared at the dragons who were their adoptive parents, trying to find a trace of a joke from them. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. The human is right. We are indeed about to disappear, Perlogia said calmly. No, to be more precise, we should have disappeared 400 years ago. 400 years ago, our souls were already taken away by Aconarolia's dragon-slaying magic, Sgiadora said calmly. That's why we could only seal all of our remaining power into your bodies to extend your lifespan. Of course, the purpose of doing this is not only to extend your lifespan, but also to prevent you from becoming a dragon like Aconarolia because of the dragon-slaying magic. For this reason, we must create antibodies to prevent you from becoming a dragon. After doing this, we only have one last purpose left, Metallicana said as he looked at Aconarolia's corpse. That is to defeat Aconarolia. When we were at Heavenly Wolf Island, we had already decided to come out of your bodies, but unfortunately, we didn't make it in time. Grandine's voice was still as gentle as ever. Fortunately, you are all safe and sound. Then, we've been waiting for the opportunity to defeat Aconarolia. We've been waiting until now. Ignir turned his gaze to Noah. However, it seems that our existence is unnecessary. Even without us, you can rely on your own strength to defeat Aconarolia. The potential of humans is indeed limitless. Noah was silent. Naz was still in disbelief. He clenched his fists, his body trembling, and his emotions fluctuating violently. Liar. Winnie's tears finally flowed down. Damn it. Gadjaloo turned his head and gritted his teeth, suppressing the sadness in his heart. Even Sting and Rog lowered their heads with complicated expressions, not knowing what to do. In this regard, the others could only watch this scene, speechless. The atmosphere in the air suddenly became heavy and sorrowful. Brother Noah, when he could only turn her head and grab Noah's clothes as if she was grasping at straws. Can you think of a way to save Grandine? Hearing this, Noah had a bitter expression and shook his head. If their souls were still here, I might have a way. But their souls have already been taken away by Aconarolia's dragon-slaying magic. And now they are as well as is Will's power. I can't do anything. Not to mention Noah, Even Athena, who was in charge of life and death, could not do anything about this situation. After all, the dragons was their power was S's. They would not be able to survive in this form for long. So, not to mention the current Noah, even if his authority, sovereignty, ability value, and treasury were at their peak, Noah would not be able to do anything about this situation. How? How could this be? Wendy's eyes became wet again. Then what should we do? Father, Naz clenched his teeth, holding back his tears. Do you really have to disappear? Don't feel sad, Naz. Igunal smiled magnanimously. You are no longer a child. You have your own companions and your own family. You have even joined a guild and become an amazing magic shooter. If you can't even bear this kind of parting, how can you call yourself the son of the fire dragon King Igonial in the future? I am your son. Nez could no longer hold back his tears, but he tried his best not to let his voice carry a sob. No matter what, I am your son. That's right. Igunal laughed out loud, but there was no trace of sadness in his voice. There was only relief that gave everyone unlimited courage. Parting is just a part of life. I will always be by your side and watch you grow. Don't forget this, Naz. Me too. Grandine looked at Wendy gently. I will always be by your side, Wendy. I'm not as gentle as Igunal and Grandine. Metallicana smiled at Gadjaloo. But even without me, you can definitely do it, right? Isn't that a given? Gadjaloo met Metallicana's gaze and looked over. There was not much sadness on his face. I will definitely live a more exciting life than anyone else. Is that so? Metallicana pursed his lips. I hope your eyes won't be so scary anymore. Boslosaya and Shigiadora did not say much. They just looked at Justin and Logue. Their gazes met, and everything was understood without words. Then, the dragons' bodies began to emit a faint light. Grandine, Wendy cried out with tears flowing down her face. Take care, Wendy, Grandine murmured softly, then looked at Noah and said, I'll leave Wendy to you. Don't worry. Noah nodded heavily. I won't let Wendy get hurt even a little. Only then did Grandine smile with relief. In the faint light, Igunal, Grandine, Metallicana, Boslosaya, and Shigiadora fixed their gazes on their children. Then, their huge bodies turned into light particles and gradually disappeared into the air. Roar, 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 roar. The dragon's roar resounded through the sky as the 5 dragons disappeared, echoing under the night sky. At this point, including Aeconarolia, the dragons that dominated the entire world 400 years ago had truly retired from the stage. The existence that replaced the dragons and emitted light in this world was the humans. Noah squatted down and hugged Wendy, who buried her head in his arms and cried softly. He looked at the place where the dragons disappeared and did not speak for a long time. On this day, Noah personally ended the legend of Aeconarolia and changed Jerv's future. At the same time, he also witnessed the final glory of the dragons. However, this was not the only thing that Noah should do. The sky slowly began to brighten. In the palace, in front of the magnificent eclipse gate, a young girl in a black robe stood there, looking at the gate that was engraved with the sun, moon, and stars. Her expression was extremely serene. She looked as if she was reminiscing about something beautiful, and no one could bear to interrupt her. Not long after, Noah walked over with powerful but slow steps and stopped a certain distance away from her. Looking at the young girl in the black robe, Noah did not immediately speak and silently stood there. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew across the scene, raising Noah's robe and the young girl's black robe, causing a faint trace of sadness to appear in the air. Then, the young girl finally spoke. Actually, it is impossible for there to be more than one future phenomenon. The reason why this phenomenon exists is because of this space-time gate that can change the future. Noah confirmed the young girl's words. Indeed, it was impossible for there to be more than one future. At the very least, it should be like this in this world. There is only one reason why there would be more than one future phenomenon. That was because there was a factor that could change the future. That factor was the eclipse gate. In other words, without the eclipse gate, there would not be more than one future. The young girl was still looking at the space-time gate as she said, "Now that things have developed to this point, I have finally sorted out some things." In the future Rog's era, Econarolia dominated the entire world. That was the original development of the era, and it was the first future. In the first future, Rog was not willing to be dominated by Econarolia, so he used the Eclipse Gate to return to 7 years ago, which was my era. He summoned 10,000 dragons and dominated my era, which was the second future. And after the death of my companions, I, who couldn't walk out of the sorrow, also had the idea of changing the future. Through the Eclipse Gate, I came to the time before Log summoned the dragon, which is the current era leading to the third future. However, I don't know why, but in this future, you exist. Through your hands, you banished 10,000 dragons and defeated Econarolia, making the future of this era unprecedentedly bright. The future Lucy turned around and looked at Noah with a faint smile. Unfortunately, this is not my future, nor is it my world. Whether it is me or the future Rog, the future that belongs to us still exists. Noah nodded and turned his gaze to the Eclipse Gate. Noah knew about the future Lucy's plan. That was to destroy the Eclipse Gate. Chapter 1735. There was only one future in the first place. However, the Eclipse Gate, which could travel through time and space, gave people the right to change the future, leading to the appearance of multiple futures. So, if the eclipse that caused all of this was destroyed, what would happen? The result would be that with the destruction of the eclipse as the dividing line, there would be two types of futures, a future with the eclipse and a future without the eclipse. However, the eclipse itself was the factor that caused the appearance of multiple futures. If this factor disappeared, the appearance of multiple futures would become impossible. The eclipse existed in the future of Lucy and Roger, which was why the two of them could come from the future to this era. Once the eclipse was destroyed, the factor that caused the appearance of multiple futures would disappear, and there would be a contradiction between a future with multiple futures and no future with multiple futures. This way, the two types of futures, a future with the eclipse and a future without the eclipse, would conflict with this contradiction. These contradictions and conflicts would cause the timeline to be completely messed up, and it was possible that the world itself would collapse. However, the world would not just sit by and watch this happen. At the very least, Noah was sure that once this happened, the world would repair itself and eliminate this contradiction. So, how could this contradiction be eliminated? It was very simple. Eliminate all of the different futures that appeared because of the Eclipse Gate. The so-called futures were things that had not happened yet. If something hadn't happened yet, then it shouldn't be possible for it to happen. Therefore, once the Eclipse Gate was destroyed, all of the futures that had not happened yet would disappear, leaving only this era that was still in progress. In this way, the fact that Lucy's companions died in the future would not appear. Since this was the case, what Lucy wanted to do in the future was already clear. There was only one thing that Lucy did not know about the future. That was, after the eclipse was destroyed, there would be two futures left. One was a future with Noah. The other was a future without Noah. After all, Noah's arrival was not caused by the Eclipse Gate. Therefore, even if the Eclipse Gate that caused the appearance of multiple futures disappeared, all of the futures that had not happened yet would be eliminated, leaving behind these two futures. However, the world would probably merge the two futures to prevent this kind of contradiction that caused the timeline to be messed up again. As for the two futures that were merged, it was obvious which one would be the main one. No matter what, the world would not allow the future where Noah existed to disappear, right? In other words, once the eclipse was destroyed, the only era left behind would be the era where Noah existed. The rest of the messy future would disappear along with the destruction of the eclipse portal, including the future Lucy's era, as well as the future Lucy herself. This was the result of the space-time paradox was fixed. Have you really made up your mind? Noah asked quietly. You can also choose to continue living in this era, right? After all, this isn't my world. Future Lucy shook her head. Moreover, there's already me is here. The future Lucy was Lucy, and they were not two completely different people. Therefore, Noah's idea of choosing to continue living in this era was wrong. The reason for that was because the existence by the name of Lucy Hartfilia was still living there. The disappearance of the future Lucy was only returning to the state where she was one with Lucy, not a separate existence by using a different future. Seeing how happy I am with everyone, I really can't wait to return to this era, the future Lucy said from the bottom of her heart. Can you understand? Can you understand? Of course, Noah could understand. The only difference between Lucy and the future Lucy was that the future Lucy had experienced the painful future where all of her companions died tragically. If that future did not exist, then there was no difference between Lucy and the future Lucy. The two of them were originally the same existence. Returning to one with me in this era is what I want to do. The future Lucy looked straight at Noah and smiled. Moreover, I also want to know how it feels to be in the same guild as you. It's not just me, Noah said almost reflexively. Me and everyone else, everyone in the guild, is together. Only then will we be a whole. Hearing that, the future Lucy was slightly startled. Then, her expression melted and became gentle. That's right. Being with everyone is my future. The future Lucy said with a natural smile. Then, Noah, can you help me? Noah met the gentle gaze of the future Lucy, smiled, and nodded. Then, under the gaze of the future Lucy, Noah walked towards the eclipse gate step by step. Wong! A surge of mana gushed out from Noah's body. Magic lines that looked like electric wires lit up and covered Noah's arm. Noah slowly approached the solar eclipse door and lifted his head, gazing at the majestic door. Looking at this scene, the future Lucy's eyes were filled with anticipation and hope. However, in the next second, the future Lucy's expression changed drastically as she screamed in fear. Be careful! Almost at the same time as the future Lucy screamed in fear, a figure suddenly burst out from the shadow behind Noah. It raised a hand that was filled with a shocking amount of black gas. It's all because of you. The future I was looking forward to is completely gone. The future rogue roared hysterically. Go to hell. As soon as the words fell, the future rogue's hand that was filled with a shocking amount of black gas was like a sharp spike. It carried a terrifying, murderous aura as it pierced through the air and viciously pierced through Noah's heart. Noah acted as if he didn't notice anything and didn't feel any danger. He didn't even seem to hear the future rogue's hysterical roar as he raised his fist towards the grand gate in front of him. Bang! The fist that contained a terrifying amount of power heavily bombarded the grand gate. Amidst a loud, muffled explosion, the tall gate was blasted apart. Just like that, the spatial gate known as Solar Eclipse exploded, turning into a pile of rubble and rubble. At the same time, a terrifying shockwave suddenly shook with Noah as the center. The shockwave directly hit the future rogue's body and sent the future rogue, who was hysterically attacking Noah, flying. The terrifying shockwave caused the future rogue to spit out a mouthful of blood. His head tilted to the side, and he completely fainted. The poor future rogue had meticulously planned for so many years, but in the end, he didn't even have the desire to be dealt with by Noah. Just like that, he was casually swept away by Noah like trash on the side of the road. Then, amidst a thick cloud of dust, the eclipse gate collapsed with a loud bang. The fragments smashed onto the ground one after another, burying the future rogue within. Phew! The future Lucy let out a huge sigh of relief. Soon after, the future Lucy found out. Her body began to emit a faint light. Immediately, the future Lucy raised her head and looked in the direction of Noah. Coincidentally, Noah also turned around and looked at the future Lucy. Then, Noah spoke softly. See you later. The future Lucy's eyes flickered slightly. Then, an unprecedentedly cheerful smile bloomed on her face. See you later. After leaving this sentence, the future Lucy's body turned into a burst of light particles and disappeared into the air. In the square, Lucy suddenly felt an inexplicable throbbing in her heart, causing her to look around. Lucy. Lisanna noticed Lucy's abnormality and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Lucy scratched her cheek a little embarrassedly. "Where did Noah go?" "Noah." Mira tilted her head and replied, "He said he had something to take care of and will be back later." "He'll be back later?" Lucy smiled in relief. "Then I'll see him later." Although she didn't know why, Lucy really wanted to see Noah now. Really, really wanted to. Chapter 1736. The next day, in the ruins of Kalukas, the residents who had been evacuated by the royal army to seek refuge all returned. Looking at the ruins of Kalukas, the residents naturally stirred up quite a bit of commotion, causing all sorts of rumors to start flying. However, the kingdom was prepared for this situation. They held a public speech and announced the entire incident, suppressing the rumors and stopping the residents from panicking. Only then did the people realize that so many things had happened last night. The dragon race's large-scale attack. In Revelation, the black dragon that destroyed a huge country appeared. The evil sorcerer was behind all this, trying to harm everyone in this world. And all of this was stopped by the sorcerer from the kingdom's major guilds. This was the news that the kingdom announced. As for the details, such as the purpose of the great demonic battle exhibition, the reason for the eclipse plan, and Princess Emerald's misjudgment, none of them were announced. It wasn't that Emerald didn't want to announce it, but if these things were announced, it would have a huge impact on many things. Just the existence of the eclipse gate, which could travel through time and space, belonged to the ranks of forbidden magic, seriously violating the order of the magic world. If the matter of the eclipse was announced, the council would intervene. By then, the kingdom and the council would have a conflict, and it was possible that there would be a huge conflict. In order to prevent this from happening, it was necessary to hide some insider information. However, with such a big incident, the council still sent people to Kurokas to investigate. For all of this, the kingdom would take responsibility and mediate with the council, and it wouldn't involve the major guilds. Therefore, based on the current situation, there shouldn't be any more serious incidents in the future. There were two things worth mentioning. One was Emerald's surrender. Emerald hoped that her misjudgment would lead to a serious threat to the entire kingdom and the world, so she would receive the punishment she deserved to atone for her crime. However, the group of people led by the leader of the Sakura Knights, Alcadios, and the Minister of National Defense, Dayton, knew that Emerald's true purpose of opening the Eclipse Gate was to save the kingdom and the world, but they tried their best to protect her. In the end, Emerald was just being used. Although it couldn't be said that she wasn't at fault, she wouldn't be convicted. Therefore, a group of senior officials who understood Fatsue's good intentions hoped that Fatsue would reconsider. However, Fatsue, who was tortured by guilt, disagreed. She wanted to get the punishment she deserved. In the end, the matter was resolved because of Noah's words. "Since everything happened because of you, you shouldn't be thinking about how to punish yourself. Instead, you should be thinking of a way to restore the capital that was destroyed to its original state. Don't tell me you intend to abandon the citizens of Kalukas whose homes were destroyed for the sake of self-satisfaction." This sentence made Fatsue completely speechless. In the end, Emerald took on the responsibility of rebuilding Kalukas. She vowed to rebuild Kalukas in the shortest time possible and return a better capital to the people. At this point, this matter was finally resolved. As for the second thing worth mentioning, it was Noah's matter. Although Fatsue didn't disclose the inside information that wasn't necessary, she didn't hide the credit of Noah, who single-handedly stopped most of the dragons, defeated Aconarolia, and destroyed the future Logue's conspiracy. Instead of hiding anything, Fatsue promoted it vigorously. After releasing 10,000 dragons, Fatsue was already in despair. However, because of Noah's existence, she saw hope. Noah accepted Fatsue's request at that time and fulfilled his promise to protect the Fiori kingdom. Fatsue was very grateful to him for this. Therefore, Fatsue praised Noah's contribution and turned Noah into a perfect hero who saved the country. No one doubted Noah's contribution. This was because, during the great demon battle exhibition, The power that Noah displayed that surpassed the human domain had long been known to the world. Therefore, no one doubted Noah's ability to do all this, including the council. In the end, the council decided to award Noah the title of one of the 10 Saint Magi based on Noah's contribution. The 10 Great Saint Magi were the titles that only the most outstanding and upright 10 Great Saint Magi on the continent could possess. Noah's strength was unquestionable. No one would deny that he was an outstanding sorcerer. And Noah single-handedly stopped most of the dragons, defeated the Black Dragon in Revelation, saved the Fiori Kingdom, and saved the entire world. If even such a hero couldn't be called righteous, then what was? Because Noah had once blatantly killed the 10 Saint Magi, the council thought that Noah's conduct might not be as righteous as the rest of the 10 Saint Magi. However, that matter was judged as justifiable self-defense 7 years ago. If they were to bring it up now, they would undoubtedly be suspected of deliberately looking for trouble. In addition, Noah was now a hero who saved the country and received the kingdom's princess's praise and support. His popularity was at its peak. If the council were to say that he wasn't righteous enough, they would probably be spat to death by everyone in the Fiori Kingdom and even the entire continent. In the end, the proposal to award Noah the title of 10 Saint Magi was passed. The council personally awarded the title of 10 Saint Magi to Noah in front of all the kingdom's citizens and sorcerers from a guild. They also announced Noah's ranking. First place. He had easily defeated Terah, who was ranked 5th. He had also defeated Echinolia, who had destroyed a huge country in Revelation. All the sorcerers recognized Noah as the most outstanding and powerful sorcerer in the continent. As a result, the council directly listed Noah as the first of the 10 Saint Magi, allowing Noah to sit in this position. Under such circumstances, Makarov simply announced that Noah would be the next guild leader of the guild, causing the reputation of Fairy Tale to soar. After obtaining victory in the Great Magic Battle Exhibition, their guild leader was ranked first among the top 10 Saint Magi. The title of the strongest guild in the Kingdom of Fiori had once again returned to the hands of Fairy Tale. In order to celebrate Fairy Tale's victory, and also to celebrate Noah becoming the first of the 10 Saint Magi, and also to celebrate the kingdom being saved from a great disaster, Emerald decided to hold a ball. This ball, only the nobles and a few guilds could participate. The list of guilds that could participate was as follows: Sabertooth, Lamia Scale, Mermaid Heel, Blue Pegasus, Cotter Cerberus, as well as the main character of the ball, Fairy Tale. The location was the only palace that could still be used, and only a part of it was destroyed. In the deep night, the ball was in full swing in the largest hall of the palace. Noah came out of the ballroom and went to the balcony. Looking at the night sky, he gently sighed. Mira also came out of the ballroom, holding Noah's arm and gently wiping his face with a handkerchief. "What's wrong? Are you tired?" "Of course I'm tired," Noah helplessly said. "From the moment I entered until just now, I was constantly being pestered." As the hero who saved the country and the first of the 10 Saint Magi, Noah was very popular among the nobles. Even the king showed his face and thanked Noah. Noah was not unfamiliar with this kind of situation, so it was not difficult for him to deal with it. However, what happened next made Noah really ashamed. They actually suddenly mentioned marriage, and in front of so many people. How afraid are they that their daughters and granddaughters will not be able to get married? Noah was speechless. And they don't care that I have 2 fiancés saying that it's okay to be a concubine. Those guys, did they even consider the feelings of their daughters and granddaughters? Chapter 17:37. Noah was indeed speechless. With his current situation, once he entered, the representatives of the royal family would definitely greet him. Noah had expected this. However, Noah did not expect that, as they chatted, they would start asking him when he was going to get married and if he had anyone he liked. Then, there was no then. Once this topic started, the situation became unmanageable. All the royal family members were like stall owners in the market, recommending their daughters to Noah. Some even recommended their granddaughters to Noah, as if they were afraid that Noah would not be able to find a wife. When they talked about their daughters, their saliva flew everywhere and almost sprayed on Noah's face. Noah, who did not expect the situation to develop in this direction, was dumbfounded. He then quickly declared that he was a man with 2 fiancées. However, this declaration did not reduce the enthusiasm of the royal family members in the slightest. Instead, it became even more intense. 2. You have 2 fiancées? Then Lord Noah wouldn't mind having a few more, right? Please consider my daughter. Consider my granddaughter as well. It's okay to be a concubine. That's right. These were the first words that appeared after Noah said that he had 2 fiancées. Without a choice, Noah could only surrender and find an excuse to sneak out. If he did not sneak out now, Noah was really afraid that he would be like a salesman. In the end, he would be fooled by those salesmen. You don't say those so-called royal family members definitely have the potential to be salesmen. Noah was speechless. It's such a waste to be a noble. Mira could not help but laugh out loud. This can't be helped. With your current treatment, it's not strange that those royal family members would want to build a good relationship with you. Putting aside the fact that he was the next chairman of Fairy Tale, Noah was now a national hero in the kingdom of Fiori. If they could get close to the heroes who had saved the country, then the status of the royal family would definitely increase exponentially, and they would be sought after by the people. Moreover, Fei was grateful to Noah from the bottom of her heart. No matter what request Noah made for her, as long as it was within her ability, Fei would not refuse. In this way, Noah was equivalent to the princess's favorite person. Who wouldn't want to take this opportunity to form a good relationship with Noah? On top of that, Noah was currently ranked first among the 10 great holy mages and was publicly recognized as the #1 high mage of the continent. He was also young and unmarried. If such a famous and outstanding person could become a live-in son-in-law, it would make those nobles laugh even in their dreams. For various reasons, Noah had become extremely popular, leading to this situation. Therefore, Mira could understand why there was such a development. However, Noah was puzzled. Why do I feel like you're not talking about your own matters? Noah said to Mira in annoyance. Don't tell me you don't mind me marrying a member of the royal family's younger generation? Upon hearing this, Mira looked at Noah and said with a spurious smile, Don't worry. If I say that I mind, can you promise me that you won't marry a girl other than me and Lysana? Noah was speechless. Noah really could not make this promise. Not to mention other things, Noah did indeed owe a lot of love debts. For example, in the world of the Black Bullet, if Elysium had kept his promise and waited for Noah for 3 years, then no matter how heartless Noah was, he would definitely respond to Elysium's feelings. For example, in the world of the God-Slayer, Luohao claimed that she was Noah's concubine. Noah had even pushed her down. He couldn't just take advantage of her and not admit to anything, right? In addition, when he had once said that she wanted to be Noah's bride when she grew up, Noah's relationship with Shuanai also had a huge breakthrough. Noah could not promise Mira here. Although any man should be satisfied with having Mira and Lysana, it did not mean that he should turn a blind eye to his own responsibilities. In Noah's opinion, he had to repay the debts he had incurred. What's more, it wasn't that Noah didn't have feelings for those girls. Noah could be said to have gone through thick and thin with Elysium. Even if it could not be said that they shared the same fate, it was impossible for him to be completely indifferent. Toward Luohao, Noah could be considered to have made a mistake due to a freak combination of factors. He inexplicably developed a relationship with her, and Noah wouldn't deny this relationship. Noah used to treat Wendy as a younger sister, but ever since he knew that Wendy had feelings for him, Noah felt that he had to face Wendy directly. Therefore, it was not impossible for him to have a relationship with Wendy in the future. As for Shuanai, Noah was very touched to a large extent. Think about it. An 11 or 12-year-old girl persisted for 7 whole years in order to pursue the figure of the person she yearned for, and even suffered a lot during that time. As a person who was yearned for by such a girl, who would not feel touched, at the very least, Noah was moved by Shuanai, and he had great affection for her. Then, in the dragon graveyard, he made a breakthrough in his relationship with Xuan Ai, which made his love for her sublimate. As such, no matter what, Noah did not want to let down that girl's feelings for him. Thus, between being unemotional and being affectionate, Noah chose the latter in the end. Under such circumstances, Noah could only look resentful. He sighed and hugged Myra's shoulder, bringing her into his embrace. Mira did not resist Noah and instead obediently snuggled into Noah's embrace. The gentleness on her face did not change at all. Noah smelled his fiancée's fragrance and said softly, "I'm sorry. I made you suffer." "No," Mira shook her head and said gently, "You didn't make me suffer. You didn't make me feel wronged. Rather, you gave me a lot of happiness. There's no reason for you to apologize. I can't even give you a promise. Don't you feel wronged?" Noah said, "I know that you and Lysena have been thinking about me and have been accommodating me in this aspect. So, I can only promise that I'll make you happy. That's enough." Mira stretched out her hand and hugged Noah's waist. She closed her eyes and enjoyed the warmth of her lover, smiling sweetly. "This is the promise I want the most. This promise is enough. Is that so?" Noah smiled and closed his eyes as well, pressing his face against Myra's head. "Thank you." Mira did not say anything else. Instead, she wholeheartedly enjoyed the warmth of her lover. The smile on her face was filled with happiness, no matter how one looked at it. Just as Noah and Mira were being affectionate, in the corner of the balcony, in front of the wall, two girls were secretly hiding. They had clearly heard Noah and Myra's conversation. The two girls showed completely different emotions. One of them showed that they approved of him. The other showed gratitude. The former was like Mira, Noah's future bride, Lysena. The latter was Suno. Holding Suno's hand tightly, Lysena seemed to be talking to herself as she leaned against the wall and said, "I'm the same with big sister Mira." In other words, Lysena did not need Noah to make any promises. She only needed a promise of happiness. That was enough. The reason why Lysena brought this up was undoubtedly to hint at something to Suno. "Although it's really infuriating to let that bastard off easy," Lysena giggled. "That's why I must make that bastard compensate me for the rest of my life." Not only did Suno not feel worried for Noah, but she also felt envious of Lysena. Noticing the envy in Suno's eyes, Lysena puffed up her cheeks and said, "I've already decided to let that bastard compensate me for the rest of my life. If anyone wants to let him off easy, they'll have to act quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll regret it." Xuan Ai's pretty face immediately turned red. However, looking at Noah and Mira hugging each other under the moonlight, Suno mustered her courage. Chapter 1738. After that, Noah returned to the ballroom and continued to feign civility with the nobles. It couldn't be helped. The main character of this ball could be said to be Noah. No matter what, Noah couldn't be absent all the time, could he? However, in order to prevent the nobles from proposing marriage to him, Noah had Mira accompany him all the time. Seeing a charming girl by Noah's side, no matter how thick-skinned those nobles were, they wouldn't propose marriage to Noah in front of Mira. Thus, Noah could finally relax and enjoy the ball. During the process, in addition to the nobles, Noah also greeted the high mages of the various guilds. Basically, the only guilds that could participate in this ball hosted by the kingdom were those that had participated in the Great Demon Battle exhibition and stayed in Coloccas to fight against the dragon race. And in these guilds, there were many people that Noah was familiar with, so it was necessary to greet them. Among them, Kara, who belonged to the Lamia scale, mentioned to Noah that she hoped to spar with him again in the future. Even Kagura, who belonged to the mermaid heel, expressed that she wanted to spar with Noah. At the beginning, Kara and Kagura were the two most powerful archmages in this year's Great Demon Combat Arts exhibition tournament. After understanding how terrifying Noah's true strength was, both of them developed a sense of competition. However, rather than saying that it was a sense of competition, it was better to say that the two just wanted to reduce the gap between them and the strongest high mage in the continent as much as possible. As for the other guilds, such as the High Mages of the Blue Pegasus and Cotter Cerberus, Noah also greeted them. After all, after returning to Magnolia, Noah would take over the position of the guild leader. It was necessary to have a good relationship with the other guilds. It was worth mentioning that before this, Sting, Logue, Lucifer, and Olga, who belonged to the Saber-Tooth, took the initiative to greet Noah. According to Sting, after this year's great demon battle exhibition and the invasion of the dragons, they had already deeply understood just how lacking they were. Previously, they claimed to be the strongest and were proud of it. Now that they thought about it, it felt like a joke. So, Sting and the others planned to turn over a new leaf and start training themselves again, hoping that one day they would be able to spar with the fairy tale again. After returning, Sting would be the same as Noah, the leader of the Saber-Tooth. Therefore, Sting sincerely hoped to have a good relationship with Noah and learn from Noah. He wanted to change the Saber-Tooth that was dominated by terrorism in the past and try to be like Noah and the others. As for Germain and Maniba, after the great demon battle exhibition ended, the two directly left the Saber-Tooth. It was said that when Sting and the others felt that they were inadequate, Germain and Maniba were still immersed in the glory of being the strongest guild, sinking deeper and deeper. After that, the two sides directly clashed and even fought over it. In the end, Sting, Logue, Lucifer, and Olga defeated Germain and Maniba, proving their will. Germain, who felt that she had no face to stay, left the guild without saying goodbye to Maniba. Actually, the young mistress is also very pitiful. The reason she became like this is because she was abused by Germain since she was young. Germain has always instilled the young mistress with the concept of being the strongest, and in order to not let the young mistress lose face, he strictly and cruelly demanded that she become stronger. That's why the young mistress became like this. Noah still remembered that at that time. Sting said these words to him with a serious face. I think that the young mistress nature is actually not bad. So when we return, I will immediately send people to find a young mistress whereabouts and try to make her come back and feel the warmth of the guild. As for Germain, that person is hopeless. Instead of letting him continue to harm others in the guild, I would rather he never come back. That person, let him fend for himself. After leaving these words, Sting led the Saber-Tooth archmages out of Noah's sight and greeted the people of the other guilds. From this, Noah could see a brand new Saber-Tooth was about to be born. The ball lasted until late into the night and only ended at dawn. Because Crocus was being rebuilt, the only place where people could stay was the palace. Emerald allowed the archmages of the various guilds to stay for the night and leave the next day. The various guilds accepted Emerald's kindness. Thus, under Emerald's arrangement, the various guilds were led by their attendants to their own residences. Noah was arranged to stay in the best guest room in the palace. It was an elegant room like a luxurious suite. This room, until dawn, belonged to Noah alone. Thus, once he returned to the room and waited for the attendants to leave, Noah immediately planned to take off his formal attire, lie on the bed, and have a good sleep. However, before Noah could take off his formal attire, there was a knock on the door. Then, a voice full of nervousness rang out. Lord Noah, Shwenai? Noah immediately recognized the owner of the voice and spoke directly. Come in. My apologies. Shwenai's voice was still tinged with nervousness. Moreover, Shwenai did not come in immediately. Instead, after Noah could not help but feel suspicious, she mustered up her courage and pushed the door open. The one who appeared at the door was, of course, Shwenai. However, at this moment, Shwenai was wearing a formal attire like Noah. Noah was wearing a black tuxedo. Shwenai was wearing a white princess dress. If the two of them stood together, they would definitely look like a prince and a princess, right? In addition, on Shwenai's head, there was also a flower, which looked quite beautiful. Perhaps she did not think that she was that beautiful in person. After all, Shwenai had an inferiority complex in her personality. However, Noah still wanted to say that in terms of appearance, Shwenai was really very outstanding. In fact, Noah could not help but take a few more glances at Xuanai. Noticing Noah's gaze, Xuanai's face flushed red. Her hands were hanging in front of her body as she tugged at her skirt nervously. Her strength was so great that one was worried that Xuanai would tear her skirt apart. Noah smiled and took the initiative to break the silence. "Since you're here, don't stand outside the door. Hurry and come in." "Oh, okay." Xuanai's voice was still filled with nervousness as she walked in with messy footsteps. At this moment, Noah felt a little strange. Why did it feel like Xuanai was overly nervous? "What's wrong?" Noah asked curiously. "Is there something wrong?" Xuanai did not answer immediately. Instead, she looked even more nervous as she tugged at her skirt continuously. Her face was getting redder and redder. Seeing this, Noah could not help but speak. "Stop tugging, or it will really tear." Xuanai finally realized that she had been tugging at her skirt and quickly let go. However, because the movement was too big, Xuanai's high heels twisted. "Up!" Xuanai suddenly exclaimed as she fell down. Noah was shocked and hurriedly stepped forward. With a soft bang, he directly hugged Xuanai. "You little girl," Noah said in a reproachful tone. "What are you doing?" Xuanai looked at Noah, who was holding her in his arms. Her face was extremely red as though it was cooked. However, in the next second, Xuanai's face was red as she closed her eyes. She reached out and hugged Noah with trembling hands. Noah was stunned. "Master Noah." Xuanai's body was trembling as she closed her eyes tightly and spoke extremely nervously. "Do you still remember the promise in the dragon graveyard?" Xuanai's words made Noah shudder on the spot. The promise in the dragon graveyard? Could it be that she was referring to that promise? Chapter 1739. All of a sudden, the atmosphere in the room seemed to have turned pink, and the temperature seemed to have risen a little. Noah could clearly feel the trembling of her body as he hugged the beautiful girl in his arms and looked at her blushing face, yet still mustering her courage. However, it wasn't fear, but nervousness. It was imaginable how much courage Xuanai had mustered to come to Noah's room and take the initiative to mention the agreement in the dragon graveyard. Hence, Noah stretched out his hand and stroked Xuanai's slender and smooth back. He moved his mouth close to Xuanai's ear and whispered, "Have you really made up your mind?" Xuanai's trembling eased a little under Noah's comforting touch. However, the blush on her face didn't subside at all. Under such circumstances, Xuanai didn't even dare to lift her head to look at Noah. She only snuggled up in Noah's arms and nodded shyly. That movement seemed extremely gentle. If Noah's gaze hadn't been fixed on Xuanai's body, he wouldn't have noticed that movement at all, right? However, not only did Xuanai's behavior not weaken her charm, but it also aroused his appetite. Under the control of his emotions, Noah hugged Xuanai with more force, as though he wanted to rub the girl in his arms into his body. He hugged Xuanai tightly. Due to the thick coat that Xuanai usually wore, it was difficult to see how good her figure was with the naked eye. Today, Xuanai was wearing a princess dress, which accentuated her good figure. Noah, who hugged Xuanai tightly, could clearly feel the softness and fullness of the girl's body in his arms. Hence, Noah said in the end, "If you want to go back on your words, it's still not too late." Xuanai didn't say anything. She only buried her head in Noah's arms with a blushing face. Due to her nervousness, she hugged Noah tighter and tighter, silently expressing her determination. Now, what reason did Noah have to reject her? Amidst Xuanai's exclamation, Noah abruptly carried the girl in his arms and a princess carry and threw her directly onto the bed. With another cry of surprise, a pure white princess dress was thrown into the air and fell to the ground. Not long after, Noah's black tuxedo also landed on the ground. A sleepless night had just begun. The sky gradually brightened up. Outside the windows of the luxurious suite, the warm sun shone into the room and onto the red carpeted floor. Their pitch black and pure white gowns were scattered all over the ground, but they didn't give off a dirty and messy feeling. Instead, they seemed especially warm. Noah opened his eyes in a daze, and his consciousness began to gradually wake up. Almost instinctively, Noah reached out his hand and subconsciously wanted to hug the girl who was lying in his arms before he fell asleep last night. However, when he reached out his hand, Noah hugged nothing, which made him slightly startled and his mind instantly woke up. When he woke up, Noah realized that, other than himself, the girl who was supposed to be present was nowhere to be seen, leaving only Noah lying in bed. Shwenai? Noah was a little surprised and puzzled as he sat up. At this moment, the door was pushed open. Outside the door, Shwenai, who had already dressed neatly and changed into her usual clothes, slowly walked in with breakfast in her hands. After seeing Noah get up, she was first surprised for a moment. Then her pretty face blushed slightly. She lowered her head like a small animal and said shyly, "Noah, Master Noah, Shwenai." Noah breathed a sigh of relief without a trace, and then put on a straight face. "Where did you go?" I went to help Master Noah prepare breakfast." Shwenai still lowered her head and said softly, "However, the palace is too big, and I don't know where the kitchen is. It took me a lot of effort to find a servant in the palace to lead the way, so I wasted a lot of time. Are you going to help me prepare breakfast?" Noah scratched his cheek. "Can't you just leave that kind of thing to the servants in the palace?" But I want to prepare breakfast for Master Noah." Shwenai looked up uneasily and secretly looked at Noah. Can I?" Looking at Shwenai's uneasy look, Noah couldn't help but pat his forehead and scold himself in his heart. For this girl who had low self-esteem, after last night's entanglement, she would definitely have all kinds of uneasiness. Noah could even imagine the scene where Shwenai tried her best to serve him well so that he wouldn't hate her. In this way, if Noah showed even the slightest bit of resistance to Shwenai's good intentions, it would only make her more uneasy. Noah hurriedly said, "No, I haven't tried breakfast made by Shwenai yet, but I'm looking forward to it. Is that so?" Shwenai breathed a sigh of relief, but then became nervous again. "But I'm not sure if it's to your liking. I'm not picky about food, so why would it be to my liking?" Noah laughed out loud. "Anyway, since you've already made it, bring it over." Shwenai's expression became a little more cheerful as she nodded repeatedly and brought the breakfast to the bedside. After placing it on the bedside, she said to Noah, "Then, let me help Master Noah put on his clothes first." She wants to serve me even while putting on my clothes? Well, it wasn't like Noah hadn't been served like this before. Mira and Lisanna often helped Noah like this before, so there was nothing to resist. Thus, Noah very straightforwardly lifted the blanket and got off the bed. Seeing that Noah didn't avoid arousing suspicion and was completely naked, Shwenai's pretty face turned red with a bang. Seeing this, Noah was amused. "It's not like I haven't seen it before. Why are you so shy?" Master Noah." Shwenai immediately became even more bashful. That delicate appearance made Noah have the feeling of having an appetite for her again. However, now wasn't the time to be lovey-dovey here. Today was the day to prepare to return to Magnolia. So, the rest of the guild members should have gotten up one after another and would be leaving soon. If he turned into a beast here and wasted time, Mira and Lisanna would definitely come over, and the rest of the guild members might also come looking for Noah. When the time came, Noah's perfect image would be completely ruined if he was surrounded by a crowd. "All right, aren't you going to help me put on my clothes?" Noah said teasingly. "If you don't hurry up, there will really be people coming to watch later." Shwenai's pretty face turned red, but she still obediently took out Noah's clothes and walked in the direction of Noah. Outside the palace, a group of sorcerers belonging to Fairy Tale had gathered together, each of them carrying some luggage. Emerald stood in front of everyone with Alcardios. Facing Noah's direction, Emerald bowed and saluted. "Although I have said it many times, Master Noah, thank you very much for saving this country. Otherwise, I would really be unforgivable. I was just doing what I wanted to do. What I wanted to save was not this country, but my companions." Noah shook his head. "So, Your Highness, there is no need to continue expressing your gratitude to me. Even so, the fact that Master Noah saved all of us still exists," Emerald said very seriously. I will always remember Master's kindness in my heart. I will never forget it. After that, Fei Shui looked at everyone and thanked them solemnly. At the same time, I would also like to thank everyone for lending a helping hand when this country was in trouble. If there is anything you need me for in the future, please do not hesitate to ask. When the time comes, I will definitely do my best. To be able to receive such a promise from Your Highness, we are already very honored. Makarov nodded heavily. Then, we will take our leave. Makarov looked at Noah. Noah smiled and turned his head to look at everyone present. All right, everyone, let's go home. Everyone responded loudly, their faces beaming with joy. And so, under the gaze of Emerald and the others, everyone stepped on the road back to Magnolia. Chapter 1740. Fiori Kingdom, Magnolia. Look, that's the sorcerer from Fairy Tale. Fairy Tale is back. You're back. When the group of magic shooters from Fairy Tale walked into Magnolia, all the residents on the streets were surprised and cheered loudly, giving the returning magic shooters fright. Then, many residents rushed out from the buildings and streets, surrounding both sides and cheering loudly. Oh! Cheers resounded throughout the entire space, causing the group of Fairy Tale's magic shooters to come to their senses. Then, such noises rang out from all directions. Good job, Fairy Tale. He actually saved the kingdom. Good job. You are the glory of Magnolia. Congratulations to all of you for winning the Great Demon Battle Exhibition Tournament. Congratulations. Cheers echoed throughout the crowd, telling the members of Fairy Tale what was going on. The residents of Magnolia swarmed over and surrounded the two sides of the street, cheering loudly. Makeo, Wakaba, and the other members who had stayed behind for 7 years were moved to tears. I never thought that after 7 years, I would be able to enjoy this feeling of being supported again. Exactly. In the 7 years that the main members had been frozen together with Heavenly Wolf Island, when had Fairy Tale ever been so popular? The glory of Fairy Tale, which was always at the bottom every year, had long been forgotten by the people after 7 years. All that was left was pity and contempt. Today, Fairy Tale had finally returned to the #1 stage of the kingdom, becoming the glory of Magnolia once again. After 7 years of glory, the members who had stayed behind for 7 years were moved. At the sight of such a group of old members, Noah and the others exchanged glances with each other before revealing a smile. Everyone, Noah stepped forward and said to the members who had stayed behind for 7 years, "Thank you for your hard work." The group of members who had stayed behind wiped their noses. If they didn't do this, they would have snot flowing out of their noses. The ordeal is over. Now, we only need to enjoy the rewards of our hard work. Noah clapped his hands and smiled. It's rare to hear cheers. Let's enjoy this glory and go home. The group of Fairy Tale magic shooters raised their hands and cheered loudly. Then, amidst the cheers of the residents of Magnolia, the group of magic shooters waved at the surrounding residents and slowly walked towards the direction of the Fairy Tale, as if they were on a parade. The cheers lasted until they reached Fairy Tale's guild building. When they arrived at the entrance of the guild building, the residents of Magnolia dispersed reluctantly and allowed them to return home. Looking at the castle-like building, Xuanai muttered, "Is this the Fairy Tale?" Although she had joined Fairy Tale, this was the first time Xuanai came to the building and saw what it looked like. When she thought about how this was Noah's home since he was young, Xuanai felt excited and complicated. If it weren't for the fact that she had mistaken Noah's guild, Xuanai would have joined the guild when she was young. In the end, fate played a trick on her. Xuanai was delayed for 7 years before she finally came to the guild where the person she longed to be. Looking at the majestic guild building, how could Xuanai not feel excited and complicated? What's wrong? Why do you look like you're about to cry? She held Xuanai's hand and poked her cheeks. This is where you'll be staying for the rest of your life. You can't always look like that. I know. Xuanai suppressed her complicated feelings and looked at the building again. I just feel like I'm dreaming. When she heard that Noah was killed by Aconarolia on Celestial Wolf Island, Shwenai thought that she would never be able to fulfill her little dream of joining the same guild as the person she longed to be. Now that her dream had come true, Shwenai felt like she was dreaming. This isn't a dream. Mira held Shwenai's other hand with a smile that could heal her heart. We'll always be together from now on. Yes. Shwenai nodded heavily. His expression was happier than ever. Noah, who had been observing the direction of Shwenai, could not help but laugh softly. Soon after, he said to everyone, "Don't just stand there, let's go in." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, and in the end, they all rushed towards the guild together. Bang! Leading the way, Nez kicked open the door and roared as he rushed in. Sure enough, the guild is the best. Bastard, Makarov yelled in exasperation. Doors aren't meant to be kicked. However, the guild members who were in a state of excitement had already ignored Makarov's words and rushed into the guild one after another. We're finally back. The banquet is starting. The banquet is starting. Hurry up and bring the wine. And the meat. Mira, Lisana, hurry up. Both Mira and Lisana could only smile helplessly. Coming. Don't rush us. The two girls entered the guild, and under the support of the guild members, they entered the bar counter and began to prepare the wine and dishes. Those guys. Noah was also helpless. Shwenai, on the other hand, was at a loss as if she didn't know what to do. Seeing this, Noah shrugged and said meaningfully, "Once those guys start making trouble, there's no end to it. I don't know if Mira and Lisana can handle it." Hearing this, Shwenai immediately understood. I'll go help too." After saying that, Shwenai hurriedly ran in the direction of Mira and Lisana. In the blink of an eye, only Noah was left standing in front of the guild's door. Looking at the noisy guild members, Noah's gaze swept across his companions and family members one by one. Naz was quarreling with Gray. Gadjaloo actually ran to the stage to play the guitar. Wendy, on the other hand, was hugging Xia Lulu and whispering to her, her face full of smiles. Noah couldn't help but feel a little relieved when he saw that. Have you finally gotten over the departure of Egoniel, Grantigny, and Metallicana? After the dragons left, Naz, Gadjaloo, and Wendy fell into a depressed state for a while. However, now, the three of them had finally returned to their normal state and were not as sad as before. Everyone is moving forward with real growth. We are not staying in the same place. Noah turned his head and cast his gaze at Mira, Lisana, and Shwenai, who were chatting and laughing at the bar counter. He silently made up his mind. I should also fulfill my promise. With this thought, Noah lifted his foot, stepped into the guild, and spoke loudly. Everyone, quiet down. I have something to say to you. The entire guild suddenly fell silent. Everyone cast their gaze on Noah, including Mira, Lisana, and Shwenai. Under everyone's gaze, Noah scratched his cheek and declared, I hope everyone can come to my wedding in a week's time. Everyone's eyes widened. Mira and Lisana were even more stunned. Then their eyes lit up. Chapter 1741. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Shortly after, a shocking commotion broke out. Wedding? Does that mean Noah is finally planning to marry Mira and Lisana? It's not a plan, it's a fact, right? Speaking of which, before the start of the Great Demon Combat Arts competition, Noah did say that he would marry Mira and Lisana-chan after the competition. In other words, it's time to fulfill that promise, right? Damn it. Mira is finally going to become Noah's property. Woo-woo. Mira, the entire guild was in an uproar. It was so noisy that everyone's eardrums started to hurt. Mira and Lisana were pleasantly surprised, but just as their companions said, this matter was already decided long ago, so there was nothing to make a fuss about. However, at this time, Mira and Lisana were still very happy, the expressions on their faces almost melting. Congratulations, Lord Mira and Lord Lisana. Snow was sincerely happy for Mira and Lisana. You can finally marry Lord Noah. Thank you. The smiles on Mira and Lisana's faces were several times brighter than usual. They looked very beautiful. At this time, Noah was surrounded by his companions. A week? Isn't that a bit too rushed? Gray said, just preparing for the wedding will take a long time. Not to mention that you seem to be preparing to find a new house. Will that be enough time? Although it is a bit rushed, a week is more than enough. Noah already had a plan, so his reply was very smooth. No matter what, our guild has already reclaimed the throne of number 1 in the kingdom of Fiore, and we have even protected the kingdom. Now is the time for us to make a name for ourselves. I believe that before long, many new members will join our guild, and the number of requests will increase as well. When the time comes, we might not have the time to prepare for the wedding. So, you want to take advantage of this time to prepare for the wedding? Gray nodded in realization. Indeed, in that case, we have no choice but to hurry up and finish the wedding. But, Elisha muttered in a bashful voice. I'm not mentally prepared yet. With this reaction, I don't even want to comment anymore. Lucy sighed, while holding her forehead. It's not like Elisha is getting married. Why do you need to be mentally prepared? I wasn't mentally prepared either. Winnie's pretty face was slightly red, but she clenched her small fists and spoke with an expression of effort. However, I will start preparing myself mentally now. When I grow up, it will be just right. Just enough. Naz asked curiously. What can I do? Hearing this, Noah felt a little guilty. If his companions in the guild knew that even Wendy was planning to marry him in the future, how would they look at him? Thinking of this, Noah quickly changed the topic. Moreover, after the wedding, I have some matters to attend to. At that time, I will be away for about a month. Before the guild becomes busy, I have to hurry up and finish the wedding. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Noah. Leave for a month? Elisha asked in surprise. Now, is there anything that requires you to spend an entire month to settle? Although the rest did not speak, they had the same surprise as Elisha. After all, Noah was the first of the 10 great Saint Magus Masters and was recognized as the number 1 magic shooter in the continent. He was an existence that could single-handedly block Aconarolia and 10,000 WIRMS. With such a degree of power, what else would require Noah to spend so much time to settle? Noah naturally understood the doubts of his companions. However, Noah did not say it directly. Instead, he smiled faintly. Why? Are you guys still worried that something will happen to me? No, it's not to that extent. Gray folded his arms and looked straight at Noah. I just want to say that if there's anything that you need our help with, you can leave it to us. The rest nodded and expressed their agreement. Well, no matter what, you're now the president. You can't let the president solve everything, right? Lucy also said kindly, if it's something that we can handle, then it's better to leave it to us. Hearing everyone's words, Noah felt a little warm in his heart. Thus, Noah said so. All right, it's not a big deal. I'll definitely be able to handle it. Noah spread his hands. However, before that, I want to complete the agreement that I've made so that I won't have any regrets in the future. At this point, Noah suddenly smiled. Of course, the agreement I'm referring to is not only to marry the person I love. Not only to marry the person you love. Everyone was stunned. Noah turned his gaze and looked in Naz's direction. His dark and deep eyes flashed with some light. What? Naz suddenly felt strange. Why are you looking at me like that? Naz. The corners of Noah's mouth slowly raised. Do you still remember the agreement that we had to fight after we became S-rank archmages together? This sentence made Naz's pair of eyes light up. The rest of Noah's companions more or less understood what Noah meant, and they were all surprised. Since then, it has been 7 years in this era. Noah looked at Naz closely. Although none of us became S-rank archmages, I directly became one of the 10 great saint archmages and succeeded the position of president. After your cultivation, your strength has also increased to the point where you can become an S-rank archmage. Now, it's time to fulfill the original agreement. Naz's eyes suddenly became serious, and he grinned with excitement and hot-bloodedness. In other words, Noah, are you finally going to fight with me? Of course not now. Noah smiled slightly and said so. The time is set to be after my wedding and before I leave. After the wedding, before leaving, Naz lowered his head and considered with an unprecedentedly serious expression. At this time, Naz stretched out one hand and grabbed his other arm tightly. A smile appeared on his face. Well, I also need some time to prepare. Naz's words surprised the surrounding companions. When did Naz prepare for a duel? But this time, Naz actually said that he needed time to prepare. What did this prove? It proved how serious Naz was about this duel. Noah, on the other hand, stared at Naz's right arm that was tightly gripped by his hand with a meaningful gaze. Naz was naturally very serious about this duel. However, if he needed time to prepare, did it mean that Naz had some hidden cards? As soon as this idea appeared, it had to be said that even Noah began to look forward to it. So, Noah made a prompt announcement. Well, before I leave, let's have a good fight. Yo, I'm burning. Naz laughed out loud and rushed in the direction of the door. In that case, I have to hurry up and prepare hubby, Isaac. Habby immediately flapped the wings on his back and shot out like an arrow, catching up to Naz. In the next second, Naz and hubby rushed out of the guild and soon disappeared without a trace. Until then, the crowd was in an uproar. The duel between Noah and Naz? Who will win? For that kind of thing, it's obvious that Noah will win. That's true. His companions in the guild were noisy like this. Only Alusha and Gray stared in the direction where Naz left, and their expressions were not very relaxed. Hey, Noah, you have to be careful, Gray said. That guy actually said that he needed to prepare. He must be hiding something. I have a feeling, Alusha said the same. Your duel with Naz will definitely not be as predictable as everyone said. I understand. Noah looked in the direction where Naz disappeared, and his eyes flickered. I know better than any of you that Naz is definitely not an opponent to be underestimated. Chapter 1742. In the end, because of the marriage and the duel happening at the same time to Noah, the entire guild was in an uproar from morning till night. Of course, even if nothing happened, the guild would always be this lively. However, with the marriage and the duel happening, the guild was undoubtedly several times livelier than usual. In Noah's opinion, his companions in the guild were actually a bunch of excited people who wanted to see the world in chaos. That was why the whole guild became so noisy after Noah announced these two things. As for Makarov, after Noah announced that he was going to get married in a week, he downed a few barrels of wine. Noah didn't know what Makarov's stomach was made of to drink like that. But Noah also knew that Makarov was just too happy. His grandson was finally going to get married. As a grandfather, how could Makarov not be happy? Hence, after downing a few barrels of wine, Makarov looked for Noah again, patted his chest, and said this. Aren't you going to look for a wedding house? Leave this matter to me. After leaving this sentence, Makarov directly slipped away and disappeared. Later, Noah found out that Makarov had dug out all his savings and spent a lot of money to buy a relatively luxurious house. That house was the wedding house that Makarov was going to give to Noah. Originally, Noah had planned to rely on his current reputation to find the most difficult and most rewarding task. After obtaining it, he would use the reward to buy a house and prepare for the wedding. Now, since Makarov had taken care of the task of finding a house, Noah's only task left was to prepare for the wedding. However, regarding the wedding preparation, Mira and Lysina had taken care of everything. You are now the guild leader. There are many things in the guild waiting for you to do. Mira said gently to Noah, So, about the wedding preparation, let us do it. I've been wanting to have a wedding for a long time. I have many ideas in my mind. Lysina said with a face full of excitement. Brother Noah, you can't fight with me, okay? Seeing that Mira and Lysina were eager, Noah didn't want to dampen their spirits. He could only find Xuan Nai and discuss the wedding with her. Noah came back to finish all the things that needed to be done and not leave himself with any regrets. Thus, the matter of Fairy Tale becoming the #1 guild in the kingdom of Fiori had to be dealt with. The wedding of Mira and Lysina had to be dealt with, and the duel with Naz also had to be dealt with. Naturally, after the breakthrough in his relationship with Xuan Nai, Noah couldn't ignore Xuan Nai. In other words, Noah planned to let Yuno marry him and become his bride. Who knew? Regarding this matter, Xuan Nai expressed the greatest degree of all. You can't. Lord Noah, Shwenai said a bit anxiously to Noah. Lord Mira and Lord Lysana have already discussed the marriage with you for so long. Only now do they finally get what they wanted. How can I casually butt in? It seemed that Shwenai thought that if he, a person who came out of nowhere, suddenly but in Noah, Mira, and Lysana's wedding, then he would definitely be guilty of the most heinous crime. As long as I can be together with Lord Noah, I'm already very satisfied, Shwenai said to Noah in a pleading manner. So, Lord Noah, I beg you, please don't let me but in at this time. Noah could tell that Shwenai was truly against this matter. It wasn't because Shwenai had low self-esteem, believing that with her status, she shouldn't marry Noah. Instead, she believed that she was someone who came out of nowhere. If she married Noah at the same time as Mira and Lysana, then it really was too appropriate. Since Shwenai was so against it, there was nothing Noah could do. He could only helplessly agree to Shwenai's pleas and inwardly promise. It won't be too late to marry Shwenai after everything is settled. In any case, in the other worlds, the Elysian sun and Luo were also waiting for Noah. When the time came, he would capture all of these girls in one fell swoop and drag them into the church. That would be enough. This thought became the most shameless thought in Noah's life. However, it had to be said that this was indeed Noah's heartfelt words. As such, everything was decided. All that was left was to take action, because everything that needed to be done was taken care of by others. Noah, instead, became the most idle person. He was idle all the way until nighttime. After everyone left the guild and the doors were closed, Noah returned to his room and lay down on his bed. Clang! At the next moment, a series of dazzling silver light and resplendent platinum light bloomed from Noah's back at the same time. They turned into a series of light particles and condensed into two elven young ladies with silver hair that was as gentle and beautiful as moonlight. The moment they appeared, Athena spoke indifferently. Finally, you're almost done with the things that you need to do in this world. Yes. Noah closed his eyes. However, it's not time to leave yet. You seem to be looking forward to the wedding with those two girls, Athena said expressionlessly. You're my destined person. You're the one who's about to enter the battlefield. What? Noah didn't open his eyes. Do you want to say that you're against my wedding with Mila and Lysana? I don't have such thoughts. A beautiful wife waiting for you at home is the best way to encourage a warrior. Once a man thinks of having a wife waiting for him at home, no matter who it is, they will explode with a strong survival instinct. Athena glanced at Noah. I just want to remind you, don't forget that you can't slack off because of the life that you're looking forward to. You don't need to say this. I understand. Noah finally opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling. I just don't want to leave behind any regrets. Noah's words elicited a reaction from Aster, who had been silent the whole time. Not only this world. Aster's mysterious eyes turned to Noah. Master also wants to go to other worlds and work hard to not leave behind any regrets. Noah was startled. He didn't expect Aster, who liked to throw tantrums, to suddenly say such words. Not to mention Noah, even Athena was surprised. Holy Sword Spirit, it's rare to hear such rational words from you. I'm just saying what's in my heart. Aster's expression didn't change at all. He lowered his head and said softly, but when I see Master working hard to not leave behind any regrets, I'm also thinking if I should do something. This time, even Noah was surprised. Aster? Noah sat up and looked at Aster. Is there something you want to do too? Aster was silent for a while before he spoke. A long time ago, my master and I destroyed the Demon King together. Now, the Demon King has appeared again. So, I was wondering if I should go and settle things with him. Without a doubt, the people Aster mentioned could only be Lotus and Lestia. I didn't expect Aster to be thinking about the same thing as me. Noah reached out his hand and patted Aster's head, but his eyes were looking outside the window. I'm also thinking that after I'm done with this world, I'll return to the Elven world and settle things with Lotus. This was the next thing Noah wanted to do. After all, it could be said that Noah was the one who changed Lotus' fate. No matter what, Noah had the obligation to settle things with her. Perhaps because Aster saw through Noah's thoughts, he took the initiative to mention this matter. No matter what, I'm still Master's sword, Aster said as usual. Everything will be as you wish. Noah smiled and continued to stroke Aster's head. Together with Athena, they looked at the night sky outside the window and enjoyed this rare moment of tranquility. Chapter 1743. After that, just as Noah had predicted, because Fairy Tale had regained the glory of being the #1 guild in the Fiori Kingdom, many magic shooters came to join the guild the next day. Noah did not accept all the magic shooters who came to join the guild because of its reputation. Instead, he went through a series of tests. The content of the tests was not strength. In fact, whether or not one had strength was secondary. For Fairy Tale, the most important thing was not strength, but compatibility. At the very least, Noah did not want his guild, which was full of positive energy, to be turned into a swamp by a motley crew. Therefore, Noah accepted all the magic shooters who were compatible with the members of the guild. However, those with bad natures were all mercilessly thrown out of the door by Noah. He did not show them any mercy at all. This method naturally caused a lot of criticism in the beginning. However, there was one time when a group of magic shooters who were rejected by Noah decided to take advantage of the night to sneak into the guild to wreak havoc as revenge. The next day, all the residents of Magnolia found out. These guys were stripped of all their clothes and hung in the city center for the whole city to see. There was also a recording crystal beside them that recorded the whole process of these guys trying to wreak havoc on Fairy Tale. It was only now that everyone knew the criteria for Fairy Tale selection. They no longer had any objections to it, and even started to promote it, causing Fairy Tale's popularity to become more and more prosperous. Apart from that, commissions from all over the kingdom were gradually finding their way to Fairy Tale, allowing the guild's career to return to its peak, perhaps even surpassing it. Under such circumstances, in addition to the 30 million J reward for winning the Great Demon Combat Arts competition, the guild's operations were finally on the right track. Just like that, a week passed in the blink of an eye as the whole Fairy Tale gradually got on the right track. Today was the day of Noah's wedding. Wow! In a room in Strauss House, Lucy and Snow, who were dressed in bridesmaid attire, looked at the two girls standing in front of them and couldn't help but gasp in amazement. She was wearing a wedding dress that was as white as snow. They were holding extremely beautiful flowers in their hands. Mira and Lysina stood side by side in front of a full-body mirror. Looking at themselves in the mirror, their delicate faces looked a little dazed, but they couldn't hide the happiness between their brows no matter how hard they tried. Lysina, in particular, looked at herself in the mirror in her wedding dress, her eyes a little moist. Big Sister Mira, Lysana's eyes were slightly red as she spoke. Am I dreaming? Looking at Lysina like this, Mira smiled knowingly. She reached out and gently hugged Lysina, patting her sister's back as she spoke softly. Lysina will become the most beautiful bride today. This is definitely not a dream. Unlike the gentle and caring Mira, Lysana's maiden's heart, Myra's greatest wish was to live happily with Noah for the rest of their lives. Lysana's greatest wish was to become Noah's bride. One yearned for the days to come. The other yearned for the moment when she became the bride of her sweetheart. Although the things they yearned for were different, there was no doubt that these two sisters were in love with Noah. Today was the wedding of these two sisters and Noah. Lysana, who had always dreamed of becoming Noah's bride, had finally waited for this day to come. Thus, looking at herself in the mirror in her wedding dress, Lysana couldn't help but feel the emotions in her heart. Her eyes really did turn red. All right, today is a happy day. You can't have this expression. Mira cupped Lysana's face and gently wiped away some of the tears in her sister's eyes. However, her own eyes were also a little wet. It's okay. Lysana will definitely be happy in the future. Sister promises you. Yes. Lysana nodded heavily and smiled. The same goes for Sister Mira. You will definitely be happy with me. That's right. Mira smiled gently. We will definitely be happy together. Seeing the Strauss sisters hugging each other tightly to vent the emotions in their hearts, Lucy and Shirley looked at each other and smiled. All right. It's not like you two have to separate. In the future, you will always live together. Don't make it seem like you're going to separate. Lucy clapped her hands and said with a smile, Noah is already waiting for you. Brides, don't let your groom wait too long. That's right. Shirley nodded. Lord Noah definitely doesn't want to see Lady Mira and Lady Lysana's eyes red. You two can't cry. Mira and Lysana looked at each other and smiled. They nodded and separated from each other. Then Lucy and Shirley stepped forward at the same time, and each of them held the hands of the two brides. Let's go. Mira and Lysana tightened the bouquet in their hands and took a deep breath. After a while, they nodded. At the same time, in one of the guild's rooms, Noah was also prepared. Phew! Wearing a suit as white as snow, Noah constantly checked if there was anything messy on his body while nervously asking his companions in the room. This should be fine, right? This is the 4th time you've asked this, Gray said helplessly. It's really fine. It's neat enough. It won't be embarrassing. Apart from Gray, Laxes was also present. How surprising. Raxes made a rare, teasing remark. I didn't expect you to be nervous. Hearing this, Noah couldn't help but smile bitterly. It had to be said that Noah was more or less nervous. In the past, let alone a small wedding, Noah had experienced even bigger occasions. However, for some reason, at this time, Noah couldn't help but feel nervous. Well, after all, it's a matter of a lifetime. Gray spread his hands and said to Noah, Even if it's you, it's inevitable that you'll be nervous, right? Maybe that's the reason. Noah adjusted his collar a little, then seemed to think of something and looked at Gray. By the way, did you find Naz? Since the last time in the guild, Naz had threatened to prepare for the duel with Noah and rushed out of the guild. This guy had disappeared for a whole week, completely disappearing without a trace. In order to find Naz, everyone went to his house and even asked around the city. In the end, they found out that Naz didn't return home at all this week. Instead, he seemed to have left Magnolia and entered a deep mountain. In order not to let Naz miss his wedding, Noah had asked some of the new members in the guild to go to the mountains to find him. Unfortunately, it seemed that they didn't find him at all. That guy, his mind is probably full of the duel with you now. How can he still remember your wedding? Gray curled his lips. You should have forgotten long ago, right? Well, he's Naz after all. Laxus said so generously. If not, then he's not Naz. Really? Noah said with regret. In other words, Naz won't come to my wedding, right? For that idiot, a wedding is obviously not as important as a meal. Gray patted Noah on the shoulder. You don't have to take it to heart. I know, I just feel that it's a pity. Noah smiled slightly. Besides, Naz is now carefully preparing for the duel with me. I have nothing to complain about. That's good. Laxus glanced at the clock on the wall and said, It's about time. It's time to go. Hearing this, Noah took a deep breath like Mira and Lysana, and then nodded. Then let's go. Chapter 1744. In Magnolia, there was a church. The size of the church was considered large, so the residents of Magnolia called it the cathedral. However, the location of the cathedral was a little remote, and it was not very lively on normal days. Sometimes, not many people would go there. But today, the cathedral seemed to be quite lively. Ding-dong, 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 ding-dong. The melodious sound of the bell echoed throughout the entire cathedral. At this moment, the sound of cannon salutes rang out. At this moment, the people were cheering. In such a lively atmosphere, in front of the cathedral, the sorcerers from Fairy Tale were all dressed in formal attire. Each of them had a smile on their faces, and they held wine glasses in their hands as they laughed and chatted with each other. In addition to the sorcerers from Fairy Tale, many of the residents of Magnolia had also heard the news and gathered around the periphery of the cathedral to watch. It caused a lot of chatter, and it was very lively. In fact, this kind of liveliness could have been multiplied several times or even dozens of times. After all, the person getting married today was not an ordinary person. He was a hero who saved the country a week ago and received the title of one of the 10 Saint Sorcerers, the strongest sorcerer in the continent. He saved the entire Fiori kingdom and even the entire world. He defeated Iconoraglia and single-handedly stopped a large number of dragons. The sorcerers of the other guilds in the kingdom were in awe of him. The princess of the kingdom was in awe of him. If Noah really wanted to hold a grand wedding, then it would not be strange if all the famous guilds in the kingdom, or even the princess herself, came to congratulate him, let alone the sorcerers of fairy tale. However, Mira and Lisanna did not insist on the size of the wedding. Whether the wedding was grand or not was not a very important matter to the sisters. The two girls only wanted a beautiful wedding, and it was enough for them to become Noah's bride with the blessings of everyone. Therefore, only the members of Fairy Tale were invited to attend today's wedding. Of course, generally speaking, it was enough to invite an entire guild to a wedding. After all, a large Magic Eye guild would have at least hundreds of members or even thousands of members. Fairy Tale, on the other hand, had just regained the glory of being the #1 guild in the Fiori Kingdom, but the number of members in the guild had already exceeded 300. With so many people attending the wedding, it was more than enough. In addition, the residents of Magnolia came to liven things up, making the wedding quite lively. Congratulations, President Makarov. Congratulations, congratulations. My grandson is finally married, and he married two at once. You're really capable. One by one, the magic shooters toasted and congratulated Makarov, who was also dressed in formal attire. Makarov's old face was full of smiles as he laughed unreservedly while returning the toasts. Glass after glass of wine was poured into Makarov's stomach, causing Makarov's face to turn red. However, Makarov didn't mind at all. Instead, he drank more and more happily, causing people to worry that this old man would pass out drunk before the bride and groom arrived. At least, Mikhail and Wakaba expressed their worries. I say, President, no, it should be the previous president. Shouldn't you stop? Mikhail advised. Your grandson hasn't arrived yet, and the wedding has just begun. If you pass out drunk now, what will happen later? Yes, yes. Kana hugged a wine barrel as she fiercely gulped down wine while speaking drunkenly. You can get drunk at any time, but not today. Former president, it's time for you to restrain yourself. Before saying that, shouldn't you put down that ridiculously large wine barrel in your hands? Wakaba couldn't help but complain. You're not convincing at all, right? Well, don't worry, I'm fine. Makarov patted his chest and said with his head held high. Before I see my great-grandson's face, Makarov won't die like this. No, no, no. I'm just telling you to stop drinking, not to die. Mikhail said loudly. So to you, not drinking is the same as dying? It's fine, it's fine. Makarov didn't mind Mikhail's words at all. He continued to drink happily, and his face became redder and redder. Seeing this scene, even Wendy expressed her worry. President Makarov, are you sure you're fine? I feel that if he continues to drink like this, there will definitely be a problem. Levi sighed. By the way, why aren't the bride and groom here yet? I heard that they're on their way. Julian quickly said. They should be here soon. Hurry up and end this wedding. Gadjalus said with some boredom. No, that guy. Not only did he prepare for the wedding, but he didn't prepare any iron. What kind of banquet is this? Is that so? Lily was speechless. I don't think anyone would prepare iron for a wedding banquet. As the crowd continued to clamor, at a certain moment, outside the cathedral, an extremely luxurious carriage slowly drove in amidst the clear sound of wheels. Seeing the carriage, the crowd's expression brightened, and they shouted loudly. They're here! They're here! The bride and groom are here! They're finally here! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Continuous cheers began to ring out, causing the saluting cannons to be pulled and set off in midair. Balloons were also released into the air, floating towards the clouds. The scene was quite beautiful. Then, under the crowd's cheers and firecrackers, the luxurious carriage stopped in front of the cathedral. The next moment, the door of the carriage opened. Inside, Noah, who was dressed in a pure white suit, walked down. He raised his head and looked around. A smile slowly appeared on his face. Oh, 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 oh. The crowd cheered loudly. Even the residents of Magnolia cheered and gave Noah their best wishes. Noah raised his hand and waved at the people around him. Then, he turned around and extended his hand into the carriage. Both of her hands, which were wearing white lace gloves made of silk, immediately reached out from the carriage and placed them in Noah's hands. Under Noah's lead, she alighted from the carriage. Of course, the people who came out were Mira and Lysena. Oh, looking at the two girls who were wearing a pure white wedding dress and holding bright flowers in their hands, with an unconcealable smile on their faces and some shyness and nervousness on their faces, many people in the crowd let out sighs of amazement. When were women at their most beautiful? Everyone had their own opinion on this question. However, everyone present had the same thought in their minds at this moment. That was at this moment, Mira and Lysena, in their pure white wedding gowns, were undoubtedly the most beautiful in their lives. Mira was the most popular top model. When she wore a wedding gown, she was so beautiful that people could not take their eyes off her. Lysena did not have Myra's gentleness and sweetness, but she was more pretty, cute, and mischievous. When she wore a wedding gown, she was equally beautiful. The most beautiful appearance of the two sisters was displayed in front of everyone. How could they not be stunned? In response, Mira and Lysena only held one of Noah's hands each. Under Noah's lead, they walked along the red carpet, step by step, with smiles on their faces. There was only one person at the front of the red carpet. That person was Makarov. The blush on Makarov's face had disappeared without a trace, as if his performance had been fake. He looked at the couple walking slowly towards him, his face full of gratification. In this way, Noah brought the two brides to Makarov. Their eyes met. Chapter 1745. Looking at the short and old Makarov with a face full of wrinkles, Noah couldn't help but feel sour in his heart. He still remembered that when he was just born and entered this world, Noah didn't have anything other than the appearance and intelligence of a 10-year-old child. He didn't have parents who gave birth to him and didn't have an innocent childhood. He didn't have any memories of being alive and didn't even have a clue of where he came from. His language was completely different from the people of this world. He didn't have any decent clothes on him. As if he was abandoned, Noah was sent to this world and appeared in the forest alone. Everything around him was unfamiliar to Noah at that time. The wild beasts and magical beasts in the forest even treated him as food and were in a very dangerous situation. It was at that time that Makarov found Noah and brought Noah to Fairy Tale. He took him as his adopted grandson and raised Noah. According to Gaia and Aleya, Makarov finding Noah and letting Noah join Fairy Tale seemed to have been arranged by the world. However, this didn't mean that Makarov's feelings for Noah were fake. Makarov wasn't on guard against Noah, who had an unknown background and identity. He also didn't care about it and treated Noah as his own grandson. He treated Noah as if he was his own grandson. At that time, Noah's magic was too strong and his magic went berserk many times, almost destroying the guild. However, Makarov didn't have any ill feelings towards Noah because of this. Instead, he taught Noah nicely. Logically speaking, people like Noah who went berserk from time to time and brought disaster to their surroundings should avoid him and treat Noah as a monster and expel him or even kill him. However, Makarov always believed in Noah's character. He believed that power itself wasn't wrong, but the person who used it was at fault. He didn't have the slightest bit of impatience and taught Noah, guiding Noah to the right path. Compared to Gaia and Aleya, who were chosen by many worlds to be Noah's guides, Makarov was Noah's true guide. Without Makarov, there would be no Noah today. To this day, it had only been about 10 years since he first met Makarov and joined Fairy Tale based on Noah's sense of time. In 10 years, it was this old man, who was twice as short as Noah, who had raised Noah into an adult. Thinking of the past, Noah had the urge to cry at this moment. Noah could tell everyone with certainty that he had never wanted to cry in his life. However, at this moment, the emotions in Noah's heart were surging, causing his eyes to turn red bit by bit. Perhaps because they felt Noah's emotions. Mira and Lysana hugged Noah's arm tightly and looked straight at Noah's face, silently comforting him. Noah looked at Makarov and said with a hoarse voice, "Grandfather." This call made Makarov's eyes turn red. However, the smile on Makarov's face didn't fade. It was still as bright as ever. "You don't have to say anything." Under Noah's gaze, Makarov said with a calm smile, "Grandfather is proud of you." With that, Noah finally couldn't hold back the emotions in his heart. He couldn't help but close his eyes as tears rolled down his cheeks. Without a doubt, that was the only time in his life that Noah shed tears. Of course, no one had seen Noah like that. However, those who saw Noah shed tears weren't surprised at all. Instead, they smiled as if they understood. Looking at Noah's tearful appearance, Makarov held back his tears and stepped forward with a smile. "Today is the day you get married. You can't face everyone with this expression." "I'm not crying." Noah didn't wipe away his tears. For the first time, he acted like a stubborn child and said this. "It's just the wind, you child." Makarov couldn't help but laugh. Then, he looked at Mira and Lysana and said softly, "I'll leave Noah in your hands." Mira and Lysana tightened their grip on Noah's arm. Under Makarov's gaze, they nodded heavily and said in unison, "We will take good care of Noah, President." "Are you still calling me President?" Makarov smiled. "You should change the way you address me." Hearing this, Mira and Lysana both blushed and lowered their heads. "Grandfather." "Good, good." Makarov laughed out loud and shouted at Noah. "Noah, you have to treat your two brides well. If I find out that you bullied them, I won't let you off. Do you understand?" "I know." Noah held Myra's and Lysana's hands tightly as he looked at his two brides and declared, "I will definitely make them happy." Mira and Lysana's faces bloomed with smiles. Makarov nodded in satisfaction. He looked around, spread his arms, and shouted to the people around him, "Everyone, please give our warmest blessings to our bride and groom." As soon as he finished speaking, clap, 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 clap. A burst of warm applause sounded from the surroundings. The group of magic shooters belonging to Fairy Tale were also shouting nonstop. "Noah, don't bully our Mira-chan. Don't bully Lysana-chan either. Remember to be happy. Bastard. Damn it. I want to get married. Save it. Ha ha." Kind laughter and shouts sounded from the surroundings. Along with the warm applause, they were dedicated to Noah. Noah, Mira, and Lysana looked at each other and smiled tacitly. Immediately, Noah let go of Mira and Lysana's hands. He took a step forward and came to Makarov's side. He turned around and looked at his two brides. At the side, Wendy was holding a box with a nervous look on her face as she walked to Noah's side under everyone's gaze. "Brother Noah." Wendy raised her head and looked at Noah with a cute smile. In the box in Wendy's hands, there were 2 diamond rings. Both Mira and Lysana's gazes were immediately drawn to the 2 rings. Unlike the engagement ring, this time, Noah had specially asked someone to make a new wedding ring. Compared to the 2 engagement rings that were made in a hurry before, the 2 wedding rings in front of him were much better in terms of workmanship and quality. The exquisite shape and the resplendent diamonds attracted the hearts of all the girls present. "So beautiful." Lucy couldn't help but murmur. "Yes." Shwenai agreed softly. "It really is beautiful." Even Alusha couldn't help but praise. As for Lebby, Kana, and Julianne, they had already begun to whisper to each other, praising the 2 rings almost nonstop. Naturally, Mira and Lysana were also captivated by the 2 wedding rings. Ahem. Makarov pretended to be serious and coughed. "All right, let's have our brides exchange rings." Noah turned his head and took out the 2 rings from the box in Wendy's hands. He smiled at Mira and Lysana. "My brides, please stretch out your hands." Mira and Lysana subconsciously extended their hands to Noah. Holding the hands of the 2 beautiful brides, Noah gently put the wedding rings on their ring fingers. Warm applause rang out once more. Mira and Lysana retracted their rings and couldn't help but throw themselves into Noah's arms. Noah hugged his 2 brides tightly. Amidst the warm applause, he felt a warmth in his heart. At that moment, Noah, Mira, and Lysina had finally come to fruition and become a true husband and wife. Chapter 1746. Chirp, 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 chirp. When the sun rose into the sky and illuminated the land, the melodious chirping of birds echoed under the clouds, announcing the beginning of a beautiful morning. Under the bright sunlight, Magnolia was still sitting on the ground as usual. On the streets, people came and went. Beside the stalls, people were making a lot of noise. Shouts and noises rang out from the relatively large city. Mixed with the melodious chirping of birds, it actually gave people a sense of tranquility. In such a Magnolia, on a busy street facing the sea, there was a house. The size of the house was comparable to a small villa, and it looked quite luxurious. At least, it wouldn't be strange if there were maids and servants coming in and out of the house. However, in fact, there were only 3 people living in this house. Although there were only 3 people, these 3 people were newlyweds. In the room of the newlyweds, the 2 young girls who had just become wise woke up early in the morning. They glanced at their husbands who were sleeping next to them, and then they tiptoed out of the bed at the same time. They went out of the room and entered the kitchen and began to busy themselves with sounds and laughter. Not long after, Noah also woke up amidst the waves of sweet laughter. He yawned and put on his clothes, after which he stretched his waist and walked out of the room. Katja! The sound of the door opening attracted the attention of the 2 sisters who were busy in the kitchen. Brother Noah. Lysina was the first to greet Noah. Good morning. Good morning. Noah returned the greeting, but still looked a little sleepy. Good morning, Mira. Good morning. Mira chuckled softly and said in a gentle and considerate manner, The breakfast will be ready soon. Just wait for a while. It's all right, the guild is gradually getting on the right track. Even if I don't stay in the guild all the time, there won't be any problems, Noah said lazily as he walked toward the sofa and sat down. So, you guys just have to take it slow. Mira looked at Noah's lazy expression and smiled helplessly. On the other hand, Lysina puffed up her cheeks and said with some dissatisfaction, Big brother Noah, have you become a little lazy recently? Who's to blame for this? Noah said grumpily, Whether it's cleaning or cooking, all the household chores are taken care of by you 2 sisters. Even when I take a bath at night, you 2 will help me run the bath water. I have nothing to do at home, so how can I not be lazy? But don't you have a lot of things to deal with in the guild? Mira asked, chuckling. We were worried that you would be exhausted, so we didn't want you to be busy. Besides, family matters are what we should do. Big brother Noah, you don't know how lucky you are. Lysina raised the spatula in her hand, looking indignant. With me and Sister Mira as your wives, what's there to be dissatisfied with? I've never said that I was dissatisfied, right? Noah said with a bitter smile. Even if there's something I'm dissatisfied with, it's not because you 2 are so virtuous. Instead, shouldn't you change the way you call him Big Brother Noah? What does it matter? Big Brother Noah is Big Brother Noah, Lysina said matter-of-factly. I've been calling him that since I was young. Is there a problem? There's a big problem. Noah rolled his eyes. If others know that I let my wife call me Big Brother, how will they look at me? Is that so? Lysina tilted her head and asked in puzzlement. But they're used to it. Mira couldn't help but laugh out loud, and she couldn't help but say this. Besides, even if others look at Noah differently, it'll still be interesting. Just like that, Noah, Mira, and Lysina went about their own business while casually chatting about their daily lives. That scene gave people the feeling that the 3 of them had lived together for a long time. However, there was nothing strange about it. Although it was Noah's first time living with Mira and Lysina, the 3 of them were childhood playmates who grew up together. They knew each other very well, and there was no need for them to be afraid. Furthermore, Mira and Lysina were biological sisters who had been living together since they were young. There was no place that they were unfamiliar with. Therefore, there was no sense of awkwardness when the 3 of them lived together. Furthermore, Mira and Lysina had been living together with Elfman in the first place. To Mira and Lysina, it was just a change of residence. Furthermore, the person living with them had changed from a younger brother to a husband. Looking at the two newlyweds who were busy in the kitchen, Noah smiled. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke. I plan to leave the guild for a period of time tomorrow. During this period, the two of you have to take good care of yourselves. That one sentence made Mira and Lysana stop what they were doing. Mira and Lysana had already known that Noah planned to leave for a period of time to settle some matters. Hence, the two of them weren't too surprised. As for being reluctant to part with him, that wasn't it. After all, as a magic shooter, there were times when he had to leave for a long period of time to complete a mission. Take Kilda's, for example. He would usually leave for 2 to 3 years. Just like a homeless child, there was no way to keep him. Noah only planned to leave for a month. As a magic shooter, it was considered a short period of time. Hence, Mira and Lysana weren't reluctant to part with him. However, they still turned to look at Noah. Are you planning to leave tomorrow? Mira asked thoughtfully. Then we'll help you settle the matters in the guild. Yes, Lysana said dutifully. In the past, I've been helping the president. No, helping Grandpa with the guild's matters. Also, Grandpa sometimes has to go out for regular meetings. Sister Mira and I are handling the guild's matters. There won't be a problem if you leave it to us. I just want you guys to help me deal with the guild's affairs for the time being, Noah said, smiling. However, if you're too busy, you can't tire yourself out. It's okay. If it's really necessary, Shu and I and Alusha will help us too. You can rest assured and settle your own matters. Mira smiled gently. Do you need to pack anything? Just in case, help me prepare some food and clothes. Noah raised his hand. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed in his hand and turned into a card. This gift card can be used to store food and clothes. It can also store items like magic crystals, magical weapons, and even magic-guided weapons. Just help me put some food, water, and clothes in. In other words, it's something like a storage space for magical equipment, right? Lysana stepped forward and took the gift card from Noah's hand. She flipped through it curiously while praising it. It can also store food and water. With this, it'll be much more convenient, even if it's a long-term mission. Now, I even used this to store Aster and Athena's elven equipment. Noah shrugged. Although the two of them were very dissatisfied at first, Mira and Lysana couldn't help but laugh when they heard that. Have a good rest today, Mira said. Food, water, and clothes. We'll prepare them for you. Okay. Noah leaned on the sofa comfortably, his expression becoming lazy again. Sorry to trouble you, my wives. The two sisters immediately smiled like flowers. Obviously, they were very happy with Noah's words. Oh, right. Lysana suddenly remembered something and asked, Then, what about the duel between Brother Noah and Naz? The duel with Naz? Noah opened his eyes, the lazy expression on his face fading away. Then, Noah took out a piece of paper from his pocket. There was a line of words written on the paper. Looking at the words, Noah slowly raised the corner of his mouth. Don't worry, before leaving tomorrow, I'll finish it. Chapter 1747. The next day, in front of his house, Noah put on his coat and turned to look behind him. Mira and Lysana were standing side by side. Brother Noah. Lysana handed the dark gold gift card to Noah. Food, water, and clothes are all prepared. The amount is enough to last you 3 months. You can use it without worry. 3 months? Noah took the gift card and was a little surprised. Isn't it a little too much? There's no harm in being prepared. 3 months' worth is more than enough, even if Big Brother Noah needs to give it to others. Of course, it's best to prepare as much as possible at a time like this, Lysana said. These are small matters. The most important thing is that Brother Noah must take good care of himself. Lysana is right. Mira stepped forward and tidied up Noah's collar in an extremely virtuous manner. No matter what, the most important thing is to take good care of yourself. Don't force yourself. I know. I won't let you worry. Noah smiled. I'll leave the matters of the guild to you for the time being. The two sisters nodded and stepped forward at the same time. One on the left and one on the right. They gave Noah a peck on the cheek and left a sentence behind. Be careful on the road. Noah nodded, stretched out his hands, and hugged his two wives. He kissed him on the forehead before separating. Then, I'll be going out. After that, Noah opened the door and slowly left the city under the gaze of Mira and Lysana. Mira and Lysana watched Noah leave until Noah's back disappeared from their sight. The two sisters then relaxed, smiled at each other, and entered the house. On the other hand, after Noah left Magnolia, he did not immediately return to the world between worlds. Instead, he identified the direction and fixed his eyes on a tall mountain. At the next moment, Noah's figure turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky, flying towards the mountain. Who? At the top of the mountain, there was a cold wind that seemed to be spiraling. It blew past, bringing up a cloud of sand and dust that was blown into the distance. In the direction of the dust, Naz was turning his arms as if he was exercising his body. From time to time, he would jump up and down as if he was preparing for exercise. In fact, Naz was indeed doing preparatory exercises, because next, Nazi needed to do a lot of exercise. In order to maintain his physical condition at the best level, the always slow-witted Naz also began this method that others didn't think was his style. However, such a performance also proved how serious Naz was about the upcoming duel. Not long after, the opponent that Nazi had carefully prepared for finally arrived. Phew! In the sharp sound of breaking the air, a streamer of light burst from the horizon. It was like a thunderbolt, fiercely falling on the ground. With a pung sound, it stirred up a thick cloud of dust. At the same time, Naz suddenly stopped the movements of his hands. His eyes seemed to be burning with flames, surging with an extremely bright expression. Immediately, under Naz's gaze, the thick sand in front of him slowly dissipated, revealing a figure in the air. Sorry, Naz. Noah raised his head and met Naz's gaze. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. I'm not too late, right? I'm too late. Naz grinned and said so. I'm already burning up. In that case, when you sent the challenge letter to me, you should have marked the time on it, right? Noah took out a piece of paper from his arms and said helplessly, in the end, you only told me a vague location and didn't even mark the time. Who knows if I will make you wait for a long time. Naz seemed to have just recalled this matter and said in a sudden realization, if that's the case, it should be like this. Noah was speechless. This so-called challenge letter was found on the bar counter of the guild the night before when Noah was about to go home. Although there was no signature and no identification, Noah almost immediately understood who this challenge letter belonged to. Except for Naz, there was no other candidate. However, the person who helped Naz to send the challenge letter to the guild should be Hubby, right? Thinking of this, Noah glanced around, but he didn't find Hubby. Seeing Noah looking around, Naz surprisingly understood what Noah was looking for and said this directly. Don't look for Hubby. I asked him to go back to the guild first. Really? Noah was taken aback slightly. In other words, this time only the two of us will have a duel? Yes. Naz stretched out his left hand and held his right arm tightly. After all, in order to draw out the power in my body, I have already forced myself. Finally, I was very lucky to succeed in the situation of risking my life, but that's it. I don't have the confidence to control it all. If Hubby is here, I don't know if you'll be hurt. Draw out the power in your body. Noah raised his eyebrows and looked at Naz's right arm. Only then did Noah notice. There was a bandage wrapped around Naz's right arm. That doesn't seem to be because of injury. With Noah's perception ability, he could vaguely feel it. Under the bandage, there was a rather scorching breath undulating. So, Noah's face slowly showed an expression of as expected. Do you really have a hidden trump card? That's not my hidden trump card, but a gift from someone else. Naz's gaze had been fixed on Noah, but he began to untie the bandage wrapped around his right arm. Although I'm very unwilling, I know that it's impossible to win against you with my own strength, so I can only put my mind on this power. With such a sentence, Naz suddenly tore off the bandage on his right arm. This power belongs to the dragon. When these words came out of Naz's mouth, a terrifying heat surged from his body. Chi 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 chi. Around Naz, the air began to distort, and even smoke rose as if it was on fire, making a scorching sound. The entire space seemed to have been roasted into a fiery red color. Boom! With a burst of sound, Naz's right arm began to burn with flames. The flame actually increased the surrounding heat by another level, causing the ground under Naz's feet to be melted by the amazing heat and began to sink. Seeing this scene, Noah's eyes narrowed, because under Noah's perception ability, at this time, Naz's magic power was showing a trend of crazy skyrocketing. It kept rising, and his aura also became more and more terrifying. That aura almost instantly skyrocketed to the level that surpassed Alusha and Kagura, and even surpassed Jura immediately. Moreover, it was still rising. In the blink of an eye, under Noah's perception ability, Naz's magic power suddenly rose to the level that was comparable to the most vicious and evil black mage in history, and even surpassed it in the past. What does this mean? It means that Naz's power, which was at the bottom of the 5-digit level at the beginning, instantly rose to the level of the gods in the box, which was the peak of the 5-digit level. No, it's not just the peak of the 5-digit level. The power of that aura is extremely close to the 4-digit level. It's only one step away from reaching the 4-digit level. Naz. Noah was really surprised. Naz grinned, and his eyes flashed. Take this, Noah. As soon as his voice fell, boom. In the next moment, Naz tightened his body. Under the situation where the ground was crushed, he stirred up a hurricane impact. Like a bullet out of a barrel, he violently shot in front of Noah. Hiya! In the midst of the violent roar, Naz's entire body surged with surging flames. As Noah's pupils suddenly shrank, Naz charged in Noah's direction and fiercely blasted out a shocking punch. Boom! A burst of scorching flames exploded on top of the mountain, attacking in all directions. Chapter 1748. Boom! Extremely surging flames erupted from the top of a mountain outside Magnolia. Like the wrath of the god of fire, it instantly raised the temperature of the entire world a little, drying up the gale. Amidst the scalp-numbing burning sounds, the entire mountain peak was like a fragile cake. The top of the mountain was constantly melting under the burning flames. The rocks and rock plates were like cream, melting bit by bit into a grease-like substance. It was incomparably terrifying. As for the flowers and trees, they had long been burned into ashes and disappeared without a trace under the burning of the surging flames. That scene was like a natural disaster. On the top of the melting mountain, the earth was also burning, turning into a sea of fire with amazing heat. In the center of the sea of fire, Noah caught the fist of Nazi, whose whole body was burning in flames. Looking closely on Noah's arm, there were magic lines flashing like electric wires. Impressively, it was the strengthening magic that could give Noah a physical ability comparable to the divine level. However, the sleeve on Noah's arm had long been burned to the point that not a single trace of ash could be seen. It's really amazing. Noah sensed the astonishing heat that was constantly being released from Naz's body. An inconceivable light appeared in his deep, dark eyes. Nazi, I didn't expect you to have this level of power. It's you who is amazing. You actually took this punch head-on. As expected of Noah, Nazi was like a warrior, showing a vigorous smile. However, as I said before, this power doesn't belong to me. It's the power of the dragon. The power of the dragon. Noah's eyes flickered. Could it be what? Have you guessed it? Nazi grinned. Yes, this is the power that Ignir left for me. The Fire Dragon King, Ignir. That was an absolute powerhouse in the Dragon Clan, someone who even dared to face Akonaraglia. The Dragon Clan's Fire Dragon Clan even worshipped him as their king. Unfortunately, such an existence's soul had long been sucked away by Akonrolia's dragon, slaying magic 400 years ago. Only his power remained in Naz's body to prolong his life. Half a month ago, Ignir and the rest of the dragons disappeared from Cloacas under the watchful eyes of Noah and the others. However, even though it had disappeared, Ignir seemed to have left all his remaining power in Naz's body. That's really a very amazing power, a power that I couldn't imagine before no matter what, Naz said as he tightened his fist that was caught by Noah. Originally, with my current strength, there was no way to unseal this power. Even if I spent a year or so, I might not be able to unseal it and use it. However, a few days ago, I accidentally unsealed this power. Although it's very difficult to control, it shouldn't be a problem to use it. Naz smiled. Perhaps even Ignir wants to fight you. That's why he asked me to release this power, right? Relying on this power, Naz's magic power skyrocketed crazily, rising to the peak of 5 digits. He was only one step away from entering the 4-digit level. Thanks to this power, Naz finally had the strength to compete with Noah. Now, I'm not the only one fighting with you. There's also my father, the Fire Dragon King Ignir. Naz shouted, Noah, can you defeat me and Ignir? As soon as his voice fell, an amazing flame burned wildly on Naz's right fist, releasing a terrifying heat. In that scorching flame, Noah could vaguely see, on Naz's right arm, a dragon tattoo was branded there. That was the power that Ignir left for Naz. Relying on this power, Naz roared violently. With a shake of his arm, he brought out an extremely terrifying flame and blasted it in Noah's direction without any fancy moves. Wherever the fist passed, the air was burned and exploded, causing a series of sonic booms. The momentum was quite terrifying. Even Noah didn't dare to be careless in the face of this level of power. At that moment, Noah's hands and feet flashed with electric line-like magic lines. After that, Noah fiercely clenched his fist, bringing along a cold blade-like force, and as fast as lightning, he met Naz's fist head-on without showing any signs of weakness. Bang! The fist that carried a powerful gust of wind and the fist that carried a shocking amount of heat collided fiercely, causing a terrifying gust of wind ripple and surging waves of fire to surge out, instantly expanding to a distance of several dozen meters. Kacha, kacha, kacha. On the ground, cracks spread rapidly from the feet of Noah and Naz. The powerful force that swept out first shook the ground into layers of cracks. Even the gravel that burst out from the cracks was directly burned into nothingness by the surging flames. The scene was quite shocking. In such a collision, a figure retreated violently from the surging gale and wave of fire, as if he was blown away, looking a little embarrassed. That person was Noah. For the first time, Noah fell into a disadvantageous position and was suppressed by Naz. In the surging gale and wave of fire, Naz, whose whole body was burning with flames, rushed out with a terrifying momentum and heat to the front of Noah. Fire Dragon King's bursting fist. The fist, burning with flames, was like a meteorite, causing a sonic boom along the way. It blasted mercilessly toward Noah's face. Before the fist hit, the flames on it made the bangs on Noah's forehead seem to be burned, emitting a burnt smell. Facing Naz's attack, Noah was secretly speechless and tightened his feet. Mana veins that looked like electric wires flickered on it, increasing the power of Noah's feet. As he stomped on the ground, some of the gravel on the ground cracked, and his figure flashed away, dodging the terrifying punch. It's not over yet. After the punch missed, Naz not only did not stop, but both of his hands were burning with surging flames. Like a furious fire dragon, he repeatedly blasted out heavy meteorite-like fists in the direction of Noah. Suddenly, Naz's fists directly turned into fiery red fist shadows, constantly flying out and blasting toward Noah overwhelmingly. The momentum was really terrifying, causing Noah's face to become solemn. However, this situation also made Noah's heart surge with blood, and the magic power in his body skyrocketed in an instant. Immediately, Noah raised his arms. Bang, 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 bang. The storm-like punches suddenly fell fiercely on Noah's raised arms. As if causing a chain explosion, waves of fire burst out and covered Noah's body. Hiya! Naz was like an angry dragon. He repeatedly swung his fist that carried powerful flames in front of him, causing bursts of flames to explode one after another like bombs, stirring up waves of fire. It was like a whistling flood that covered the sky and earth. Under the powerful blow, the entire mountain top trembled slightly. At a certain moment, an explosion that was much louder than any previous explosion burst out, causing a figure to fly out of the fire wave. He took a few steps back before stabilizing his figure. As soon as his figure stabilized, a fierce light flashed in Noah's eyes. He raised a hand in the direction of Naz, who was still rushing toward him, and a faint blue magic array flashed in front of Noah's palm. Inside, a vast magic power gathered and formed, turning into a huge beam of light that burst out from the magic array. Like a laser, it flashed into space and shot straight at Naz. Facing the huge magic power beam, Naz just clenched his fist tightly. The flames on his body rose and surged to his fist. Under Naz's wave, he blasted out. With a muffled sound, Naz's fist fiercely hit the magic power beam that burst out. The astonishing power and heat directly shattered the magic light beam with a single punch. Noah suddenly stood up in shock. Chapter 1749. After obtaining Ignir's power, Naz's strength had really skyrocketed to a level that even Noah had to treat with caution. He was at the top of the 5-digit level, and even close to the 4-digit level. That level of power was enough to threaten Noah. After all, if he only used strengthening magic, although Noah could obtain a physical ability comparable to a 5-digit level, it was at best a physical ability. Under such circumstances, compared to Naz, who was infinitely close to the 4-digit level, Noah would undoubtedly be weaker. However, Noah did not expect that even the magic cannon would be shattered by Naz's punch, and it could not play any role at all. It was conceivable how powerful Naz was now. Although he kept saying that he could not completely control Ignir's power, Naz might not have realized that as the battle progressed, he was becoming more and more proficient in controlling his current power. If this continued, perhaps Naz would be able to completely control Ignir's power in the future. At that time, Naz was likely to directly break through to the 4-digit level. "You're really powerful, Naz." In Noah's surprise, Naz, who had shattered the magic light beam with one punch, rushed toward Noah with an indomitable momentum. The flames on his fist surged wildly, making Noah feel a sense of alarm. "Hiya, hiya!" In the midst of the violent roar, Naz's figure was like an exploding rocket, and he rushed above Noah's head. His fist, which was surging with surging flames, seemed to be roaring and turned into an overwhelming punch, waving at Noah's body like a storm. All the space in his field of vision was occupied by the overwhelming, flaming fist shadows. The dark and deep eyes were rendered as sparkling as gemstones by the color of the flames. Looking at the curtain of fists that shrouded him like a storm with a faint dragon-like roar, Noah took a deep breath, and the magic power in his body surged out like a surging river. Clang! On Noah's pair of arms, the electric line-like magic lines flashed with an unprecedentedly bright light. Noah directly raised his arms and faced the overwhelming flaming fist shadows. He also waved his fists rapidly, not to be outdone. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst the muffled sounds, the fists carrying flames and the fists carrying strong winds constantly collided with each other, causing circles of shock waves to shake the air. Every time they collided, cracks that were nearly half a meter deep would appear where Noah's feet were on the ground, causing the ground to sink layer by layer. After obtaining Ignir's power, Naz used the Dragon Slayer magic like a real dragon. Every punch made Noah feel a sense of heaviness. However, despite the heaviness, Naz's punches were not to the point where even Noah couldn't take them. Coupled with his superb perception ability, Naz's seemingly stormy punches. In fact, the trajectory of each punch was clearly fed back to Noah's mind. As a result, Noah just kept punching like Naz, relying on his god-level physical ability to take on each punch. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. Naz was not surprised by Noah's impregnable defense. Although he had obtained Ignir's power, no matter how powerful Ignir's power was, it was still weaker than Aconalia's. As for Noah, he was someone who could even defeat Aconarolia. Therefore, from the beginning, Naz knew that obtaining Ignir's power only gave him the qualifications to challenge Noah. It was not a trump card that allowed him to defeat Noah. So, how could he defeat Noah? Naz didn't consider this at all, because I'm already burning. With a low shout, Naz suddenly withdrew his fist, and the overwhelming flaming fist shadows that shrouded Noah condensed together at lightning speed, converging on Naz's raised fist. Take this. The flaming fist that gathered all of Naz's power burst out, stirring up a circle of flame ripples. It was like a meteor that was spraying flames. With a thunderous momentum, it heavily hit Noah's chest. Come on! A burning desire to fight finally surged in Noah's eyes. Vast demonic power surged from within his body. His fist was also lifted and suddenly met the fire fist that was explosively coming towards him. Boom! A heavy muffled sound that made people's eardrums hurt resounded. A terrifying shockwave mixed with boiling hot waves of fire, like an exploding hurricane, suddenly shook in all directions. The terrifying impact constantly acted on the ground, causing the mountain to tremble. The ground seemed to be collapsing as it continued to sink. For a moment, the rocks cracked, the gravel splashed, the waves of fire surged, and the wind blew wildly. The entire peak of the mountain was like an erupting volcano. The fiery red pillar of chi soared into the sky, directly piercing the clouds in the sky and dispersing them. It wasn't until a long time later that the flame pillar that soared into the sky subsided little by little, slowly shrinking back to the top of the mountain. And the huge rocks that burst out from the top of the mountain rolled down the steep slope of the mountain with great momentum in the direction of the foot of the mountain. As for the top of the mountain, most of it had already melted, becoming like a candle with only half of it left. It looked very frightening. The billowing waves of fire were still surging there, rendering the entire mountain into a flaming mountain, which was extremely shocking to the eyes. Huff, 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 huff. In the center of the sea of fire, Noah and Naz were facing each other at a distance. One was calming his breathing, while the other was gasping for air. Upon closer inspection, whether it was Noah or Naz, one of their arms seemed to have been scratched with several wounds, and blood was flowing out. Bursts of stinging pain hit Noah and Naz's minds. However, the two of them seemed to feel nothing. They looked at each other, and a smile suddenly appeared on their faces. You're really strong, Noah. Naz smiled very excitedly. Even with the power that Ignir left for me, there's no way I can win against you at once. You're really powerful. Same here, Naz. Noah shook off the blood on his arm and looked at Naz very seriously. Although you're using Ignir's power, you're able to fully utilize such a powerful power without suffering any of the side effects. This proves that you yourself also have the potential to reach this realm. Naz, you're really amazing. At this point, Noah's eyes flashed. So, next I'm going to use all my strength. As soon as he finished speaking, a small silver sword fell into Noah's hand in a flash. Seeing this, Naz's pupils suddenly shrank. Cold Steel Queen, the holy sword that slays demons and demons, turn into a sword of steel and bestow me with divine power dash. In the incantation written in Elvish, a brilliant white light bloomed from Noah's hand. The Elvish device, which had the shape of a silver holy sword, suddenly appeared in Noah's hand in a burst of dazzling light particles. Noah held it tightly. It's time to decide the winner. Naz. Noah raised the holy sword in his hand and pointed at Naz from afar. Next attack. I'll knock you down. Hearing this, Naz clenched his fist, and the corners of his mouth curled up little by little. Immediately, an unprecedentedly hot flame burst out from Naz's body. Just what I want. The flame that released heat that could melt the earth was like a whirlpool that spun on Naz's fist. The magic power that was as ferocious as a Tyrannosaurus Rex burst out from Naz's body like a flood. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a huge fire dragon. The huge fire dragon roared behind Naz, stirring up rolling sound waves that turned into an impact wind. It expanded continuously and annihilated the surrounding burning sea of fire. One side was holding the holy sword that shone with a brilliant white light. The other side was holding the swirling flame like a whirlpool. In the next second, Noah and Naz burst out at the same time, turning into a white comet and a red meteor. Absolute sword skill. Form 4 flame slash. Dragon Slayer mystery. Fire type, red lotus phoenix sword. After a while, the white comet and the red meteor quietly collided. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.